dolgo ali kratko pot. Zdaj lahko poskrbim za svojo družino, ker moje gorivo poskrbi za moj avto. Izboljšani dodatki v gorivih MOL učinkovito zmanjšujejo obloge in tako čistijo motor. Z novo generacijo goriv MOL Evo poskrbite za motor vašega vozila.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming this early morning. I will introduce the first speaker, Professor Klaus Michael Braumann. I hope to pronounce him well in the right way, who will speak about effects of balance training on cognitive abilities. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, the chairs. It was just an exercise, and I guess you formatted 10 to 15 new neurons. My lecture is about the balance training, but I will introduce this topic with some other facts. Okay. From Solon, he's an old Greece philosophy. He said, I become elder and learn news every day. We know that regular physical activity can improve intellectual abilities. And the question is, does playing sport makes you clever? The research about the effects of physical activity on cognition is quite old, not so quite old. In the late 80s, first hints came that the physical activity seems to influence special abilities, and one of the most cited studies is the Honolulu Asia Aging Study. They started in the early 90s, and this is a follow-up study with more than 2,000 elder men from Honolulu, and the result was that there were 2 follow-up checks in the middle of the 90s regarding age, baseline cognitive functions, and educational background. And the conclusion of this study was that even when elder men start with physical activity, they develop less dementia, especially when they started from a poorer level of fitness. The reduction of physical activity is published in, the reduction of dementia caused by physical activity is published in a review by Reimers. It's a German neurologist, and he found in a review of many different papers a reduction in undifferentiated dementia by 22%, Alzheimer dementia by nearly a third, vascular dementia in the same range, and the mild cognitive deficit, nearly 50% reduction in physically active groups. There are other publications, for example, regarding children, and this is a study from 26 schools in Kansas, and pupils got 90 minutes moderate to heavy exercise bouts additional to the regular sports education, and the effect was that they got an increase in, they got an amelioration in some, laser pointer. Okay, you can see the improvement in composites, in mathematics and in spelling, and after an observation period of 3 years. Another study is from a German group. They investigated the effect of endurance exercise on memory and mood, and first exercise improves mood. It's a well-known experience everybody can make when you jog in the morning and play sport, but also the visuospatial memory increased in this group. So the reasons for this is that's what we call neuroplasticity. Associative learning changes the release of neurotransmitters is one reason, and can trigger diverse reactions like structural changes, new synapses, and also a reorganization of existing synapses. In animal studies, we have very impressive results. The research used the Morris water maze. An animal is put in such a pool with a milky fluid, and it cannot see that there is a platform very short below the surface. And the mice in this case were set in this, and they swim around, and any time they find the platform, and the way they find the platform can be measured by a camera. And so the learning effect is how much time does it need the animals find the platform in the second or in the third trial. And the shorter, the better the learning ability, the greater is the difference between the first and the second trial. And this is one of these results. Trained rats, they were trained on a little rat treadmill, improved in their memory because the difference between the first and the second trial was greater in this group, meaning that they had a better learning ability. And even in the morphological changes, we find in trained rats, in the hippocampus of trained rats, an improvement in the number of rats, the number of cells increased by physical training, and you can see it. This is bromdesoxyuridine. It's a marker substance which is taken up by the cells, by growing cells, and this is the result you find in trained rats in each age group, in young, in middle age, and in elder groups. You find an increase in cell numbers, indicating that physical training leads to a formation of new cells. Probably you got, when you were young, the horrible story, when you are drunken, you lose 1 million of brain cells. Everybody was threatened by this, I think. That may be true, but they are able to remodel. Okay, the effects of the increase in cell numbers could be humoral effectors. BDNF is one substance which is discussed from contracting muscles or from the brain, but also neurophysiological effects, co-innervation, for example, could play a role. So to find it out, we performed some studies. The first one was a study where we investigated the effect of an aerobic training on the cognitive abilities, and we found a very weak correlation between an improvement in VO2 peak and the memory, episodic memory, and other results regarding attention, episodic memory and recognition score, and others didn't show the results we expected or we hope to expect. We have, in some cases, we have significant changes, but in other we have not. So this inhomogeneous results led us to discuss, and we found, for example, that the trainer in the group who did not exercise but made a relaxation program, a stretching program, had many coordinative exercises in this in the control group. So we believe that coordination training could be improved the cognitive abilities also. One interesting side result of this study was that after half a year of finishing the study, we made a re-evaluation of the physical activity as well as of the cognitive abilities, and we found that in this test subjects who stabilized their physical activity and who stabilized their fitness, the cognition values also remained on the elevated level. And in this group, who stopped with their physical activity and the intellectual and the other abilities decreased also. So that was the reason to find out whether we could improve memory also by balance training. This is a stability platform we measured in pre and in post test, and about a time period of 12 weeks the test subjects trained twice a week on different ways. And the results of this study were we had a control group who only trained in the so-called relaxation, and you see the improvement in the balance abilities, and the group which had a balance training, as well as an unchanged in the relaxations group. And also the cardiorespiratory fitness remained stable in both groups. And this is, I think, a quite interesting result. And the other result is that memory as well as spatial cognition improved in the balance groups. And this is not the case in the executive functions. So we can have a provisional result. Balance training improves cognitive abilities, also like aerobic exercises. And in a second study, we tried to find out whether there are morphological changes also in the brain. And this is the test subjects. And the design of the study was we had a pre-test consisting from balance training, from exercise testing, from cognitive testing, but also an neuro-MRT. And we had the same tests after the training period. And this is the description of the method. We have used the stabilometer. We had an aerobic fitness test. We measured different cognitive abilities, and we had a structural MRT scan. The test we used, for example, for the attention, the D2 test. You have 14 lines with 47 capitals, and you have to distinguish between D or B. The memory test was that you had to learn Polish German words, or the episodic memory. You heard 15 words and 5 times, and then you should remember the words, at least so many you could remember. And after 30 minutes, this test was repeated, and the difference between the data between test 1 and 2 was a recognition score. Perceptual speed, you had to connect about 100 dots with numbers, and you had to connect this dots with lines. The Stroop test was for the executive functions used, and spatial reasoning, where there is a subtest of the German Leistungsprüfung. It's an intellectual test where you have to orientate on three-dimensional pictures on the paper. Exercise training was guided by the heart rate. And this is the result in the balance training. You see the balance group, the trained group, improved in the ability to stabilize. They increased the time in seconds in the correct position. The exercise group who had cardiovascular training did not. And this is an important picture. This is the difference. We projected 2 slides of the same area, and the numbers indicate the difference in the structure, and you can see that then special areas are indeed changes in the structure to observe, and these areas represent areas where you have where you localize some cognitive abilities. So the last picture we found a correlation between the balance performance, the change in balance, and we found between the balance and the thickness of the cortical areas, indicating that this morphological change seemed to have a practical effect. And the conclusion is that a 12-week of balance training in healthy adults has positive effects on memory, on spatial cognition, and that the training of a cardiorespiratory training system does not seem mandatory to induce beneficial effects of physical exercise. And that could mean that the balance training might represent a promising alternative intervention for individuals who are not able to participate in aerobic training, maybe due to health restrictions. But it would be interesting to investigate the effects of a combined training for the future of endurance as well as of balance training. Thank you very much for listening, and now you can.
Thank you for your presentation. The next presentation,
Question?
but we don't have any time.
I had 5 minutes less because due to the
Yeah,
exercise.
yeah. Any questions? No. So the next presentation is prevention of dementia by physical activity, and Professor Herbert Lalgen, please, stage is yours.
So I will try to continue the presentation Professor Braumann started with. My own experience is a large group of seniors in our city with dementia, and we introduced physical activity as a regular intervention in all these seniors with dementia. And we have seen, not evaluated quantitatively, but they improved, especially in prevention of falls and other things. So this was the reason to present now the scientific background on this frequency of dementia and the physiological or pathophysiological effects and the benefits of physical activity on dementia, either the starting or the beginning of the dementia can be prolonged or even prevented. These are first the numbers from dementia in the aging population in Germany. You can see there is a steady increase in the number of people with dementia in Germany. There is a tendency perhaps that it will have a level off, but we will not be sure, and we will see the next years. The background is that people in Europe become older, living longer, so they are living with more diseases, more dementia, as shown here, especially in those with a sedentary lifestyle. Prevention is, as we have heard yesterday, a medicine to prevent many diseases, and we suppose that it's also a medicine to prevent dementia. The role of sports medicine, in addition, is important not only in ambulance but also in hospital, where we can start with a treatment by physical activity to prevent many diseases. I just would like to give you the operational definitions of health to remember the factors contributing to health. We have genetics and inheritance, which is about 50% to preserve or to establish a healthy situation. Then environment, particulate matter, passive smoking, social environment, sufficient healthcare provision. These are environmental factors, say about 15 to 20 or more percent for establishing health. But see, the next point is the health conscious behavior, especially healthy lifestyle and an active lifestyle contributes, according to many studies, by 50% to health. So that means the patient is, or everybody, not only the patient, all the healthy subjects are responsible on their own for the health, and exercise prescription may be a step to motivate healthy lifestyle. Risk factors for dementia are shown here. I won't go into details, but you can see there are many, many factors contributing to the dementia, and we have a multi-point access to prevent this disease. One of the risk factors is vascular diseases, as shown here. Vascular diseases and risk factors may cause enhancing mechanism for dementia, so-called vascular dementia. Baumann has shown that before. This is a so-called vascular cognitive impairment, and there's a recent study, the late study, confirming that this is also an important factor promoting the dementia. As I showed yesterday, even in dementia, it's important to see the dose-response relationship between the exercise or the physical activity and the intensity. Or you can see the most important step is from no activity to moderate activity. This is for men and this is for female. And adding more amount or intensity of your exercise increase a little bit, reduces a little bit more the risk, but it's important to teach our people, our patients, to be active with moderate physical activity. This has also been shown by many other authors, you can see, and this is the area where we have the dementia. You can see there's also a decrease according to many studies, meta-analysis and so on, and there are some different amounts of decrease, risk reduction in other diseases. This is disease specific. And again, as has been shown by Michael Brauman, there are some different analysis on undifferentiated dementia, vascular dementia. You can see meta-analysis. There are small studies here, but we have a lot of more studies in the meantime. There is a shift to the left, a risk reduction by physical activity between 22 and even 47%, depending on the kind of impairment and cognitive disturbances. These are here a list of some studies, recent studies. You can see the physical activity between age and 65 years can be reduced in people by 38%. You see many studies, especially from the Chicago group, from Kramer. And you can't prevent it completely, but you can lower the severity or the day of occurrence of the dementia. And you see we have a total of 30 studies showing that all these activities study can reduce dementia. And I think the recent meta-analysis are very good to show an evidence-based approach. This is one of the very early study published in Lancet, that regular physical activity and 6 cognitive trainings activities may reduce the risk of later time dementia. There are many updated meta-analyses. They are not conform in any way. Brasseur had a study with very heterogeneous studies which were not so reliable, but the most actual study is from Northey on 36 studies with a risk reduction between 0.29 and 0.41, which is significant. They combined an aerobic resistance and multi-component training without yoga, but with frequency, intensity, and length of the activity intervention for 4 to 26 weeks. So this is a very good study with, in my opinion, high evidence. And what is new is a current study from Nelson on 2019, the so-called late study, showing that another gene, the TDP43, may be a different kind, a different form for dementia, and we will see how we can use prevention by physical activity also in these kind of dementia. Showing some more data from adolescent and elderly, they found positive correlation between fitness and cognitive function. In the young area, we have seen that before. The fitness is also a good predictor of dementia in later time by Liu, shown in some years ago. Oops. And it is assumed that genetics or heritage may be about 15% to fitness and also maybe a little contribute to dementia or not. There's a study by students, I think you cited this also, high levels of physical activity are linked to a better academic performance career in boys. Sorry, it's, I believe it's also for ladies, yeah. I have 4 daughters, so I must stress this. Just to remind you on the physical activity, mortality decline with physical activity, which is shown in many, many studies. And what is important, that the physical activity to prevent dementia should be recommended to start in the middle age of life. So physical activity is shown here in different intensities, increasing with age. You can reduce, or in always high activity, increase in aging activity, can reduce the occurrence of dementia in some studies by 77%. It's, in my opinion, a very, very high percentage. As you know, there are some kinds of Alzheimer's disease with ApoE gene. They do not so respond well on physical activity. We know that from special sports, that is boxing. Boxers who have a positive ApoE4 gene have very early the risk of dementia, and you can very difficulty to prevent this. But they should try with a fitness study to reduce it. This is from the, Mrs. Defina. Again, high fitness may reduce the later occurrence of dementia. Even with moderate activity, you can see that. And there's a study from Finland. They also were able, only the active twins have a reduced risk for dementia. This is a recent study on the inheritance of cognitive dysfunction. You can see there are genetic aspects, and you can see in the mice that exercise mice may have a better cognitive benefit in the future. As far as we know, this might be also in men, but we have a lack of studies on this point. Lifestyle and dementia. here is a meta-analysis and a review. You can see all these studies. I won't go into details, show a left shift of the mean values. That means physical activity, whatever is be in the lifestyle, shifts the risk to the left. That means reduces the risk to have dementia in future time. So we can really say, as has been published recently, high lifespan cognitive reserves reduces the risk of dementia in the future. I skipped that. The question is, have we any pathophysiological explanation for this procedure? Yes, we have, also from the Chicago group, from Kramer, we have a hypothesis on the prevention effect from the hippocampus. They were able to show that the thickness and the large expression of the hippocampus increases with physical activity. You can see that in the MRI examination. Cognitive function, memory, and volume of hippocampus have a close correlation with physical activity, and could see that an increase occurs for the hippocampus thickness during training. And the fact behind is, we mentioned, or Michael Brauman mentioned before, that an increase of hippocampus activity means, because hippocampus is a place of neurogenesis, that training improves and enhances neurogenesis. This is, in my opinion, new. When I was a student, we learned you have a fixed number of neurons in the brain, and there's only a decrease during life, but it's not correct. You can increase your neurons in the future, even in the age people, by physical activity. And I think this is one of the reasons why physical activity, you can see here the neurogenesis is an example of animals, that physical activity reduces mental degeneration, improves executive function, and reduces symptoms with dementia due to the improved neurogenesis. Summary on physical activity and dementia. In young adults, improvement in executive function, less effective with ApoE gene. Daily activity, risk reduction with higher level of physical activity. Increase of memory composition, score, and hippocampus volume indicates an improved neurogenesis and an improvement of cognitive function. Healthy lifestyle is even effective with genes positive for, with genes, ApoE gene has been shown even recently. Physical activity in twins, 25% reduction in those who are active, and positive effect on cognition is also present. So just coming back to the final recommendation, we have no drugs so far which are available for causal treatment of dementia or prevention. There's no effective drug. But we have one drug, this is physical activity for prevention and partly for treatment, and this was a statement in 2011. Why so negative about preventive decline and dementia? The jury has already in 2011 come to the verdict for physical activity and smoking cessation. And just to mention some heroes, Nietzsche recommended good ideas come to me during walking. And Einstein told people, I thought of that during bicycling. Well, this is very low, should be when I'm going to jogging, I have the best ideas of how to perform any studies or to explain it to the listeners and to the audience. This is also just a review paper from, or figure from a British Medical Journal. I recommend it for your office, and Thanks for your attention.
One short question. There's no questions.
Okay.
So the last presentation of our session is physical exercise for prevention and treatment of Parkinson's disease. Chiara Fossati. Please.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you to the chairs. And my presentation will be an overview on the effects of physical exercise on Parkinson's disease. So, neurodegenerative diseases are disorders which affect different parts of the brain, and the part of the brain they affect define their clinical presentation. As for PD, it affects midbrain. What's the epidemiology of PD? Over 10 million people over the world are suffering now from Parkinson's disease. In Italy, 37 persons on 100,000 every day got this disease. So with an incidence which is increasing day by day. It affects mostly over 60 people, but there is a small percentage of PD patients who are under 50 years old. The risk of PD is more for men than for women. So as we said before, PD affects neurons located in midbrain in basal ganglia, and these neurons are dopaminergic neurons, so it affects dopaminergic transmission. What are the causes of this disease? It is probably a multifactorial disease, so genetic factors going together with environmental risk factors can cause the disease. Which is the clinical presentation of PD? Motor symptoms, well-known motor symptoms like tremor, rigidity, bradykinesia, and less known non-motor symptoms that many times precede the presentation of the classical symptoms. And in non-motor symptoms, we have depression, fatigue, sleep disorders, and these non-motor symptoms of PD are sometimes more difficult to treat with drugs than motor symptoms. How can we perform the diagnosis of PD? It's a clinical diagnosis. UPDRS is the most used scale to assess the disease. Besides this, we have to collect family and medical history of the patient. And when we want a confirm to our clinical diagnosis, we could perform a functional radiologic nuclear medicine imaging, which is that scan with dopaminergic substances. So the treatment. Nowadays, we have a lot of very effective drugs to treat this disease. But sometimes, as I said before, they are not so effective on motor symptoms. So we have to use non-pharmacological strategies, like physical exercise. Anyway, each PD patient is different from the other, so we have to tailor the right strategy for each patient. So now there is a lot of evidence in literature that non-pharmacological treatments are really, really effective interventions for this disease, and in particular, physical exercise. But these non-pharmacological strategies are more effective in early stages of PD. So we have to start early with non-pharmacological strategies to treat this disease. So start early with physical exercise. And this is a recent work that is saying that physical exercise is effective in these patients in treating motor symptoms, but also quality of life and cognitive impairment. So it's really effective on all the problems that PD patients have. So let's go through the different kind of exercises. Aerobic continuous training. Treadmill training is very effective on gait problems of PD patients. A recent study compared high intensity and moderate intensity treadmill training in PD patients, and they found out that high intensity training is much more effective than moderate intensity training. That's maybe because it has a major hemodynamic effect on basal ganglia. This is more evident for high-intensity forms of exercises. And treadmill is also important because it gives a rhythm to the gait of the patient. So the PD patients often have timing problems. So with an external rhythm, they perform better steps with higher velocity, and so they walk better. Moreover, PD patients often have respiratory and cardiac problems, so treadmill training improves cardiorespiratory fitness in these patients. Which are the mechanisms through which treadmill is effective? These are some examples of several mechanisms. Some of them are that treadmill gives proprioceptive stimuli to the cortex, so it can bypass the defective basal ganglia and go through the cortex. Then, differently from walking in a normal environment, when you walk on a treadmill, you don't have an external flow of images, so the patients can concentrate on just one target and maintain more stability. This is a kind of treadmill training which is called partial body-weighted supported treadmill training, which is very often used in stroke patients, but sometimes is used in PD patients. Which is the mechanism? The patient has reduced loading, so the ambulation is easier, and the repetition of the gait are more frequent and easier to perform. So one study compared this kind of treadmill training to a conventional gait training, and they found out that it was more effective in motor symptoms of the patients. So this could be a good choice. What about cycling? Studies are similar to treadmill studies. So cycling is effective in PD patients, but the cadence of cycling, the rhythm should be high, between 70, 80 RPM. And how can we perform these in patients that have functional disabilities? With a recumbent bike, sometimes we can do with a motorized recumbent bike, so the patient have to pedaling on an imposed rhythm. And this sends some stimuli to the cortex, like treadmill, and the patient's motor symptoms get better. On the right side of the slide, you can see a comparison between dynamic cycling at high frequency and the normal exercise stretching. And it was much more effective on motor scores of the patients. So both for treadmill and for cycling, these are exercises that are centered on the timing of the gait. PD patients have problems with timing of movements. So we have to exercise the timing besides making an aerobic exercise. What about interval training? There is just one RCT on this topic, and in this RCT, aerobic interval training with two different modalities of training on a cycle ergometer, a fast modality and a slower modality in alternance, got good results on motor symptoms of the patients. And maybe because interval training can give a greater blood flux into the basal ganglia more than continuous training does. Strength training, this is also very, very important for these patients. And it can improve physical parameters of PD patients, but also quality of life. There is doubt about the effect on balance and freezing, but it is effective on motor symptoms. It is important to do that in a safe way. So it's better not to use free weights, but it's better to use weight machines and elastic bands, so to watch the safety of this kind of patients. Why strength training is effective in these patients? Because maybe it promotes neural adaptation, it improves the recruitment of motor units, and generates selective activation of muscles. PD patients, even in the early stages of the disease, have balance problems. So it is important to train balance. Balance training needs to target balance functions or impairments and balance control. How can we do that? This is Tai Chi, which is an ancient Chinese form of exercise, and it puts together slow rhythmic movements with a continuous changing of the center of gravity from one foot to another. So it has been evidenced that it reduced the number of falls in PD patients and significantly improved functional mobility and balance. So it can be a good form of exercise for these patients, and it may benefit balance, motor function, and gait performances. Other new forms of balance training are exergames, which put together cognitive functions, cognitive stimuli, and motor exercise. Here you can see some examples. There are two main systems used in these patients, Nintendo Wii Fit and a Microsoft device. They are safe, feasible, and effective instruments. And the important thing is that they can be used at home. So we have to think about giving the patient a device that he can use every day. These devices have to be tailored and set on the functional difficulties of these patients. So they have to be programmed to be used for these patients. Virtual reality training is another very good stimulus for PD patients, because it gives to the patient, like exergames, both motor and cognitive inputs. And the studies evidenced that patients who perform this kind of exercise had increased benefits on step and stride length. So it is very effective on gait performances. Why virtual reality could be so effective? Because it provides the patient a cueing stimuli. What are cueing strategies? In very often used in PD patients. The first one who described the cueing strategy in PD patients was this doctor, who noticed that gait of PD patients improved very much with the kind of march dancing that the patient was performing. Why does it work? Because it, as I said before, it bypasses, this stimuli bypass the deficit of basal ganglia and go to the cortex. What kind of cues we usually use in these patients? External cues, which can be divided in auditory or visual cues, like laser pointers, marks on the floor, virtual reality stimuli, and even more effective internal cues. Sometimes when PD people have problems in gait, we tell to these PD patients to sing a song and to give themselves an internal rhythm, so they improve their gait. Other forms of exercise that we can use in PD patients, Pilates. It is a form of mind-body exercise, and it has been shown to be effective in PD patients on fitness, balance, and functional autonomy. And it is also very safe in this kind of patients. Nordic walking, there are some studies that tell us that it could be effective on clinical and functional parameters. It is an exercise, not only a gait exercise, but also an upper body exercise. So it's very important for these patients, and it could be performed easily and all over the year. So it is a good strategy. But there are not so many studies in literature on this, but it should be investigated more and better, because it could be a good strategy. Aquatic exercising. It has been evidenced by some studies that it is very effective, more effective than traditional training on balance. And then, as it is performed in hot water, it is very relaxing for the patient. So it is a very good strategy for PD patients. Dance. Dance has been shown to be effective both on motor symptoms and on functional mobility of PD patients. And it is a very, very enjoyable strategy for these patients. So we have a very good adherence to this kind of training. This is the American College Guidelines for exercise prescriptions in PD. As you can see, they recommend aerobic training 3 days a week, and with suggested exercises like walking, cycling, swimming, or dancing. So we have to tell our patient to perform prolonged rhythmic activity using larger muscle groups. Then resistant training 2-3 days a week, and watch the safety, like we said before. So avoid free weights and better use of weight machines. And very, very important for these patients, they have rigidity and stiffness, the flexibility exercises. More than 2-3 days a week, better every day. Stretching exercises for all the body, including neck exercises, because these patients very often suffer from neck rigidity. So these exercises could help these kind of problems. So we talked about treatment of the disease. Now talk about neuroprotection, the role of physical exercise in neuroprotection. Rodent PD models show us that physical exercise is effective in neuroprotection by a use-dependent expression mechanism of endogenous neurotrophic factors like BDNF. One study evidenced that performing physical exercise reduced motor symptoms, so we had the clinical outcome besides increasing level of BDNF. Other possible mechanism of neuroprotection, the modification of gut microbiome. You know that one of the most recent hypotheses of PD is an alteration of gut microbiota that can cause the neurodegeneration. So exercise can influence the composition of gut microbiota and then have a neuroprotective effect. Then another probable effect is the downregulation of pro-inflammatory cytokines and upregulation of trophic factors. Jump to the conclusion, we need to perform more research on physical exercise in PD and motivate patients and try to win on their barrier that are sometimes laziness, fatigue, depression, but also the problems that doctors don't tell to these patients the importance of physical exercise. So for these patients, we have to work in a multidisciplinary equipe with the sports physician besides the geriatrician, the neurologist, and the physiotherapist. Just in this way, we can motivate the patients and treat at the best their pathologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? There's no questions? Oh, yeah. Please.
Recommend an additional intake of a drug of dopa, for example, before training in PD patients?
Well, if the patient has a therapy with L-DOPA, yes, but you have to control blood pressure, heart rate, because you know that levodopa can decrease blood pressure, so you have to pay better attention to patients who are under treatment with L-DOPA. But if they use them, they have to use during exercise.
Thank you for your presentation. And you summarize?
Okay. Okay, we can close the session. Thanks for attending this session today, and we leave the stage to the next section.
Welcome to this session here on protecting clean sport. And the very first speaker has spent over 25 years as either a member or the president of the World Rowing Association, FISA. So I'm very happy to be able to introduce the always interesting and usually provocative Alain Lacoste. Alain?
Thank you, Alan. Yes, I am a little bit provocative. Each time that I have proposed something, it has been rejected in a first step. Just for your information, what represents rowing in the world of anti-doping? 1983, first international federation to conduct out-of-competition testing. 1999, life ban for the first offense. It means that our athletes have not accepted the first version of the code with 2 years of suspension. Beginning of the 19th, first federation to prove that we have false positive results with testosterone, not well accepted. In 2003, the Australian guys used our database in order to establish the off-score model 2. 2004, first federation with athletics, cycling, and modern pentathlon to conduct blood tests in the Olympic Games. 2007, first federation to conduct DNA analysis on a big scale with the Russian team. Not well accepted. And in 2011, with my friend Mario Zorzoli, we have presented the no-needle policy in a first step rejected by IOC, but following a scandal in the media, IOC invited us to apply this no-needle policy for the 2012 Olympic Games in London. So it means that we have a little experience in rowing and we have a little credibility. The fight against doping has navigated a difficult period. The scandals have not abated. On the contrary, with a number of positive results following the reanalysis of samples from the last 2 Olympic Games and the situation in the Russian athletes. But what is an elite athlete, and what do we really know about the anti-doping situation regarding these athletes? As you know, WADA published every year their statistics. And you have a lot of information. You have information by testing authority. You have information by laboratory. You have information by sport. You have information by molecule. But you have no information by the level of the athletes in these statistics. Sometimes you are informed by the media that one Olympic champion or world champion have been suspended, or a 90-year-old cyclist have received a reprimand for using prohibited substance. But what is a top-level athlete? Who is authorized to compete in world events? The situation is a little bit different from one federation to another. I'll give you some examples. First example, you use the world ranking. If you want to compete in tennis in Roland Garros or Wimbledon, you have only 128 places for the competition. It means that you choose to invite the 100 first athletes in the world ranking. Then you have a tournament of qualification and you are authorized to participate to this tournament if your ranking is between 101 and 226. And then we have 9 wild cards. It means that you know your population before the competition and you have a limited population. Second possibility, you are select with your performance and you have minima to fulfill. Example, track and field or swimming. You know your population before the competition. Next possibility, it's a tournament of qualification. For example, soccer, water polo, volleyball, basketball, and you have a tournament, a final tournament in the competition with 16 teams or 32 teams. You know your teams, and you can target your athletes. But the last possibility is the free access to the World Championships. And in this situation, you know the athlete competing in this competition 2 weeks before the World Championships. This athlete in rowing, the athlete access is free from national federations. They have been to be registered 15 days before the beginning of the competition. And this year, 15 days before the beginning of the competition, we have been informed that we have 1,163 athletes and 73 nations. The identification of these athletes during the sporting year becomes difficult, particularly in terms of follow-up testing and acting on recommendation from APMU since the introduction of athlete biological passport. You remember that the biological passport is mandatory since December 2009. It means 10 years. The steroidal module was implemented in 2014, and the endocrine module, it's for the future. But you have also another regulations. It's the new TDSSA, which took in force in 1st of January this year, and it's totally mandatory for some sports with a high risk of blood manipulation: aquatics, athletics, canoeing, cycling, rowing, triathlon. To enforce all this obligation, for rowing, it's still mandatory, but it's totally impossible as we don't know our athletes. Background of our analysis. In October 2018, I have received 820 Adams notifications. This included 354 notifications from RUSADA in 2 days. This influx of notification in 3 days was due to the RUSADA entering almost 10,000 laboratory results following pressures from WADA. But we have to face with 820 mails on Adams. On these 820 notifications, 5 notifications were clearly atypical passport findings. What is an atypical passport finding? When you open Adams, you have this mention, ATPF steroid for TE for male. But as I am a little bit silly, I have not decided to open these 5 atypical findings, but I have opened the 820 mails one by one. And the result is not exactly the same. It's not 5 atypical findings, but 68, including 35 from Russia. 6 were not valid. And of the 354 accounts from Russia rowers, 102 indicated no passport data exists yet. How is it possible? What happens in industry with such quality of warnings? This is totally unacceptable to work in this condition. First point, we need a system of alarm, simple, reliable, and effective. It's not the situation today. Second point, we were immediately struck by the fact that the distribution of this atypical passport was not homogeneous in the planet. Why? First possibility, genetic mutation. And we know that for some people, we have genetic mutation on the TE ratio in Asia. Maybe other reasons. That's why we have decided to conduct a huge study in order to understand the situation. Perimeter of the analysis, the FISA 2018 World Championships. We decided to work on the 14 Olympic events, the first ranked crews. Why? Because these athletes have the status of Olympic finalists. That represents 26 countries, 369 athletes, same number of males, same number of female, but one athlete was ill for the final, and it was the spear who compete. The youngest was 90 years old, the oldest 46, the average 26.3, and we have 5,500 under 23. This detailed study showed great difficulties in accessing the athlete passport in Adams. We have access to 57% of the passport, no access to 36%. 7% of the athletes has no passport. 27 athletes have never been tested and arrived in the final of the World Championships or the Olympic Games. For the hematological passport, 156 athletes have never been tested. And if we look at the athletes tested, for 86 athletes, all the tests have been conducted by FISA. It means that the NADO have conducted blood tests on their athletes in 34% of the cases. 5 NADOs out of 26 have not conducted any test on their 8 top crew. Number of tests by athlete, I go very quickly, but when you know that the TDSSA asks for a minimum of 3 blood tests per year, only 21% of the athletes has more than 3 blood tests not in the year, but in their career. Same for the steroidal module. 10% of the athletes have never been subject to a urine test. We are speaking about top level in the final of the World Championships. But the more important is that we have worked on the 11 largest teams. It's the biggest armada. It means that it's teams who have qualified more than 20 athletes in the final of the Olympic Games. And if you qualify more than 20 athletes in the Olympic Games, you are not a developing country. The number of tests per athlete in their career vary from 0.4 to 8.5. If we consider the minima of 3 blood tests, only 2 teams fulfill this criteria. Same for the steroidal passport. It moves from 2.4 to 13.9. But if we look now to the ratio in competition to out of competition, we move from 0.8 to 0.1. It means, I don't want to give you the name of the country. If you look at the team A was on the left on this slide, and in the second position on this slide. These athletes were not tested, and the small number of tests were only conducted in competition. Can we accept such disparity between countries' athletes? The answer is no. That's why we have decided to try to improve this situation, and we work in 2 fronts. Direct contact with NADOs to encourage them to conduct following testing on elite rollers when it may be lacking, and systematic targeting of athletes never tested. Here you have in this slide the difference between 28 and 29. Okay? We have a big improvement in the access of the passport, but I go quickly. Despite a lot of energy spent, many problems persist. You can only note that testing is particularly non-existent in some countries. And the hematological passport has not yet been implemented by some NADOs. 4 of the 11 biggest teams are compliant with the new TDSSA. Why such disparities? Financial resource, but in our case, it's not the situation. For some NADO, the high level is not the problem of the NADO, it's the problem of IF. And IF cannot test all the athletes in the world. Prioritizing between sport and disciplines. For some NADOs, they say rowing is not one of our priority, it's athletics or basketball, for example. Lack of contact between NADO and IF. For NADO, they don't know the athlete who represents their country in the World Championships. For national federations, the fight against doping is sometimes not their cup of tea. type of qualification when you realize a trial 2 weeks before the championships and to say the boat who won the trial represents the country to the World Championships, we arrive to this situation. And lack of willpower, no comment. But since the Russian scandal, everybody knows that a NATO can protect their athletes. Consequence of these disparities: no test, no positive result, no atypical result on your passport, no reason to be targeted, no reason to be on a registered testing pool except your level of performance, no whereabouts, and no risk of missed test. What are your duties? Our duties: all rowers in the world must be treated equally. All targeting must be based on objective criteria. No recruitment bias as geopolitical criteria. No athlete can reach a final or be on the podium without ever having been tested. What did we propose? First thing, automatic access for international federation to athlete biological passport in ADAMS for all athletes competing in an Olympic or world event. It's totally unacceptable today to see that some NATO refuse their access to the passport to their athletes. After our crisis, if we want to restore our credibility, the first point and the most important is to be transparent. Second point, it's not written in the Declaration of Human Rights that you are authorized to participate to our World Championships or Olympic Games. So it means that we need to establish eligibility rules. All athletes enter by national federation and or national Olympic committee in major events. It means World Cup, World Championships, Olympic Games, must have an athlete biological passport open in ADAMS. I know that it's difficult, that WADA has rejected this proposal last year, but I continue. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. In the effort of time, we're going to continue with the next speaker, and if I can ask people who would have any questions to do so at the end of the session. There is only one more discussion in this session. So thank you very much, Alain. I'd like to call on David Niederseer, who is MD, PhD. He's an Austrian who lives in Switzerland. At the University Hospital of Zurich is where he consults, where he works as a consultant cardiologist, specifically interested in sports cardiology, cardiac rehabilitation, and preventive cardiology. And he's going to educate us on cardiovascular adverse effects of doping substance abuse. Thank you, David.
Dear Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to talk to you in this distinguished meeting about the topic that was already disclosed to you, cardiovascular adverse effects of doping substance abuse. I have to say I'm no expert in doping and not in anti-doping either. I'm a clinically working cardiologist, seeing also athletes that have side effects of doping. Sometimes I also do some things on as a sports physician, like here at the Winter Universiade in Krasnoyarsk in Russia. It was very interesting because of all these doping issues in this country that all the samples were transferred to Austria at that time, but at the very moment when these samples were transferred to Austria to have them analyzed in a WADA doping lab in Austria, there was this Nordic World Championship with this big doping scandal. So I think we really have a problem here. Yesterday I was talking in Switzerland. I couldn't be here at our sports cardiology symposium at the University Hospital in Zurich about this paper. And then at 4:00 p.m. I had planned to go to the airport, but unfortunately, as you all know, we have this problem with Adria Airways, so I came here by car. 8 hours, it took me a little bit more, so I arrived at 3:00 in the morning so I really needed some doping too in the morning to be standing here and talking to you. So what are the adverse effects of doping substance abuse when it comes to the cardiovascular system? First, I want to address some general remarks. Then I want to address the direct adverse effects of several doping substances, then the indirect adverse effects. And then I want to discuss just briefly with you that we have not only the problem of professional athletes, but also of the so-called recreational athlete. And then I want to draw some conclusions and look into the future, what might some future directions be. So first, some general remarks. Cheating in our society is everywhere, at the university level, in daily traffic, and also in professional and recreational sport. It's just there. We have to face it. And I think we, as physicians, we also have to look into our sides. Do I cheat on a regular basis in my daily life? And we also have a society of winning. It's all about winning. It's not about being second or third or even finishing the race. It's about winning. And if the emphasis is so much on winning, there's some social and also financial pressure to win. Then the aspect what I'm talking about now, about cardiovascular side effects or other side effects of doping substance abuse. Some athletes just don't care. They want to win. They neglect that there is some self-harm, and we have to address this issue too. And we have, as sports physicians and sports cardiologists and even sports scientists, we can be a role model to counteract all these issues that I just addressed. So let me come to the cardiovascular effects of performance-enhancing drugs, and I stick to this very nice paper from my colleague Andrea Lagersh from Australia that put this together in 2017, which is a pretty comprehensive overview on the cardiovascular side effects of doping. There are some oxygen-carrying modulators. You all know these substances like EPO and some other practices like blood doping. And all these have together that if you increase your maximal oxygen consumption during, in this study, in a 4-week trial with recombinant EPO, then you increase your VO2 max dramatically. We know this in this trial, and we notice that athletes are doing this. And there are different EPO formulations. There are direct EPO receptor agonists, and there are also these microdosing techniques that enable athletes to continue the use of the agents with minimal risk of being detected. There are some cross-sectional studies in about 3,000 healthy older adults, and with doubling the serum EPO level, you increase your risk of heart failure over a mean follow-up years of 10 years of 25%. So it's pretty dramatic what is seen in terms of even mortality outcome. And EPO was rumored to be responsible for a large number of the sudden cardiac death back some years ago, but the real scientific proof is lacking. It might well be that this was the case, but real scientific proof that all these sudden cardiac death back in the 1980s and early 90s is lacking. Another substance that is, or substance group that is used is an oxygen dissociation curve modulator. And what the idea is that you decrease or increase the giving away of the oxygen in the periphery. The problem with this might also be that there is some problem in the lung, not only in the tissue where the oxygen is supplied. And theoretically, this can be also some harms to the cardiovascular system, although this is not proven. Maybe there is some association with a cardiomyopathy. When it comes to anabolic agents like human growth hormone or insulin-like receptor factor modulators, and also some anabolic steroids like testosterone and so on, this is where the story gets interesting. When we look at the German Democratic Republic, they even had doping plans that is published in this interesting article, and they have hundreds of those. They tried several plans, regimes of doping interacting with the training regime, and this is what is also done these days. So there's a quite sophistication behind all this. What about the anabolic steroids? The mortality among athletes with anabolic steroid abuse is estimated to be 6 to 20-fold increased than that of clean athletes. And approximately 1/3 of those deaths is attributed to cardiovascular causes. And cardiomyopathy, myocardial infarction, and dyslipidemia, but also cardiac conduction abnormalities like AV block or sinus node dysfunction, but also coagulation abnormalities are well acknowledged side effects of anabolic substance abuse. And in post-mortem studies, but also using echocardiography and cardiac MI, one can see that there is a cardiomyopathy induced by doping substance abuse with anabolic steroids that pretty much resembles hypertrophic cardiomyopathy with all the problems that are associated with this condition. The pathogenesis and prevalence of arrhythmic events causing sudden cardiac death and even fatal arrhythmias has well been detailed, and it might well be that there is some myocardial scarring, but also atherogenesis that are plausible substrates for these sudden cardiac deaths. When it comes to the normal athlete's heart, you look at this child heart, and then you get a normal adult heart, and if you train with this law of Laplace, you get an increased ventricle, which is physiological hypertrophy. When you look at 12 untrained subjects, like in this study, these are 30 years old, they are untrained, they are couch potatoes, and they are trained for 12 months in order to be able to complete a marathon. And there is a cardiac magnetic resonance imaging performed at baseline and then every 3 months. And you can see that the LV mass, the RV free wall mass, but also the diameters, so the volume and the weight of the heart of these untrained subjects within 1 year is increased. And this is a harmonic increase of the volumes and also the mass, so right and left ventricle. And this is what the athlete's heart is all about. The problem is that we see in dynamic endurance training this eccentric hypertrophy that I just pointed out can be induced by 1 year of training, but in strength training it was postulated that we see a concentric hypertrophy. This is called the Morgan-Roth hypothesis. And this was proven wrong. In a study, I don't go into detail, and the problem why this was postulated is bodybuilders that took anabolic steroids that have this eccentric hypertrophy, but if they don't use anabolic steroids, there's no history of substance abuse, they don't have this condition. So if you see this condition like an eccentric hypertrophy, you have to question whether this is still an athlete's heart. The influencing factors of sudden cardiac death in athletes is quite widespread. We have this body size and age and gender and type of sports, but there are 25% of other issues. And one might well be ethnicity, but I'm sure that there is, at least in part, this aspect of doping also present. In human, then human growth hormone is another issue that is pretty much the same like anabolic steroids, and we also see cardiomyopathies in this condition. When it comes to other substances that have some side effects on the heart, there is, for example, clenbuterol that was in the media in the past. There are some animal studies showing some arrhythmias, but there is not too much data out there. The same is true for what we call sildenafil, or what is known under Viagra. There's some data out there that it helps in altitude, but still it's not banned. A lot of athletes are experimenting with this, but there's no clear data that it really induces some change in exercise capacity. We have also some other selective androgen receptor modulators where the effects are largely unknown, so I just skip this in the interest of time. Then there are other substances like hormones or metabolic modulators that are largely used as supplements, and we also see that there might be some interaction in the heart muscle, but again, there are no clear data whether this has some cardiovascular side effects or not. When it comes to a lot of other substances that are used, we see that it's largely unknown in athletes whether there are some cardiovascular side effects or not. So this is the whole graph, and these are more or less my direct side effects that I wanted to show you. But what I also wanted to stress in coming to the conclusion or to the final part of my talk, that there are not only direct effects of substance abuse, there are also indirect effects, and this is nicely shown on this graph. This was the difference of the cardiac dimensions in cyclists of the Tour de France that finished in 1995 and then in 1999, so only 4 years in between. And the average speed increased by 1 kilometer per hour, and also the cardiac dimensions increased. And this might well be due to EPO substance abuse that is not attributed as a side effect, but maybe they were able to train more, and so they had enlarged and bigger hearts. And this could cause what we call the J-shaped curve, when at the very end of the highest intensity, it might well be that there is an increase in cardiac events in highly trained endurance athletes. So what about professional athletes and recreational athletes? We know that this is maybe even a bigger problem, and we have virtually no cardiovascular outcome data in this population. But we in our Zurich heart transplant program, I personally care for athletes that were former hobby athletes and were transplanted, most likely due to steroid substance abuse that induced the cardiomyopathy. So they look with all these tattoos like bodybuilders, but they are very sick right now. When it comes to signs, we have to face that there are some signs that should make us sports physicians suspicious. When we see marked muscularity, when we see acne, or when we see dysmenorrhea, hypertension that is not explained, all these issues can be related to doping. And we should question whether this is just a normal situation or might be a cardiovascular adverse effect of doping substance abuse. Future direction, my last but one slide. The doped athletes in former times was one that took some drug or performed some method that is banned. And then there is this group of unclassified, some method or whatever that is not banned, but is at least questionable. And I would advocate for it that a clean athlete should be someone that is not going to the verge of the limit, but is just doing what is right, and has a different mindset than many athletes these days. Coming to the conclusion, we should be true also as sports physicians. We should know that there are direct and indirect effects of cardiovascular side effects of doping substance abuse. Know them, these side effects, and look for the possible signs and look for abuses and also confront them. And I would advocate for a change of mindset. And with this, I will thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alain. Thank you, David. Kind of running out of time, but we'll take just a couple of questions. Are there microphones around? There's one. There's microphones, but no questions. Oh, we have one from. Okay. Jürgen had his hand up there. Okay.
It's not working.
Okay, if you could just shout it out. It's a small enough room. Yeah.
Alain, thank you for this presentation. And my question is, what does the approximate cost of the, I think it's necessary, but the fight against anti-doping, but what is, can you give us a number, what you're calculating?
When we realize 3,000 tests, the cost is 300,000 Swiss francs. The cost is about 1,000 Swiss francs per test. It means that in this cost, you have the cost of the analysis, the cost of the doping control officer, the travel of the samples, and everything. It's an average value because we have tested one athlete in Central America. The cost to test one athlete was 2,000 Swiss francs.
If I may just make a comment. My name is Alan Vernick, actually the medical director of the World Anti-Doping Agency. I think what Alain described is that you started off with there was no out-of-competition testing, just in competition. Then you started having a development of an athlete biological passport. At the end of the day, if you need to develop strategic testing, so every single test counts. It's not a matter of more tests. At one point, Russia did more tests than anybody in the world. It's all about strategic testing. Our next question is going to come from Xavier Bigard, and I think UCI has been instrumental in developing the passport and trying to develop, again, this strategic testing, not just about how many, but which athletes you don't test. But again, thank you, Alain. Xavier?
Yes, just a short question, a short provocative question for you. Why do you use the term abuse? These substances are strictly prohibited for athletes and for most of them in and out competition. The term use could be more adopted. What do you think?
I totally agree, but there is also this term called tobacco abuse out there, and I think there is also no healthy use of tobacco. So thank you for this comment. I will adopt actually the title was given to me, but I'm aware of the issue. Yes, you're right.
Thanks for that philosophical question. If I may just add a comment, David, in terms of the future, the one thing that we've got to be aware of is there are knowns and unknowns, as you mentioned, but also there are substances that are being used that we don't know about, possibly. And I think the future also is the effects on the cardiorespiratory or the cardiac system in terms of gene doping and the effects, because obviously that would be one of the targets would be to manipulate the cardiovascular system specifically, and then we will see a lot of problems related to that. So if we can thank the speakers once again for very interesting discussions and talks, and thank you to the participants, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Naj gre za dolgo ali kratko pot. Zdaj lahko poskrbim za svojo družino, ker moje gorivo poskrbi za moj avto. Izboljšani dodatki v gorivih MOL učinkovito zmanjšujejo obloge in tako čistijo motor. Z novo generacijo goriv MOL Evo poskrbite za motor vašega vozila.
The second speaker is Liritis Christos, and he will say hamstring injury prevention program.
Good morning. Thank you very much that you are here. I will speak you about the prevention programs for hamstring injuries. It is well known that muscle injuries during sport are very often. They are a part of the game. The most common involved after rapid and explosive actions. It is well known also that in football players, 31% of the injured muscles are the hamstring muscles. The muscles that are susceptible to injury depends on the type of the sport. For example, hamstring injuries predominate in team sports like soccer or rugby. Most common of hamstring injuries are the injuries of biceps femoris. They are a serious problem not only for the player and for all the team. Why? Because of their absence from training and training competition. There are many studies that claim that it's an extremely high re-injury rate. This can be until 55% during the first year after the injury. The injury prevention programs are very important. First of all, to design a program like this, it is important to identify all the risk factors in order to prevent acute and overused injuries. Prevention of the initial injury means immediately reduction of the risk of re-injury. The risk factors can be divided in two categories, intrinsic and extrinsic factors. Of all of them, some of the intrinsic factors cannot be modified, such as rapid growth in children, the older age, the black origin, the female sex, and the muscle structure. So, our goal is to modify all the other intrinsic and extrinsic factors. Hamstrings, as any other muscle injuries, can be divided in contusion and strains. Muscle strains can occur during high speed or movements leading to extensive lengthening of the muscle. It is very important to consider the mechanism because muscles can be injured due to load over the mechanical limit of the muscle tissue. But the strain prevention not only depends on the strength, not only depends on the timing of contraction, it depends on both of them. So, there are preventive measures to optimize neuromuscular function and measures to control playing conditions. Let's see first the measures to optimize neuromuscular functions. There are flexibility and stretching, eccentric training, concentric muscle function and training, force length relationship, intermuscular limit training increase, and combined programs. Flexibility and stretching may be decreased due to a previous muscle injury. So, our goal is to make the muscle to be at the adequate length. We make this with static stretching or dynamic preparation. We propose the dynamic preparation because they are performed in an upright position that conforms to the actual play, and the core is stabilized during all the exercises. But it is very difficult for somebody who is not a very good practiced athlete. Only the flexibility training is not enough effective to reduce hamstring muscle injuries. Most of the time, it combines with other exercises. Eccentric training is advised by many other studies. Many studies show that eccentric strength training reduces not only hamstrings, quadriceps, adductor injuries, and results in muscle alterations. Some authors claim that the intensity must be high. Others believe that low intensity is equally effective. Concentric muscle functions in many studies show that no significant change can be shown. The length force relationships is very important because we must to recognize the optimum angle for generating the muscle torque. The intermuscular coordination and proprioception helps the athletes to move skillfully and economically. So, optimizing local neuromuscular function is important to reduce muscle injuries. When we speak about proprioception, we speak about coordination between muscle groups. Here we can see an exercise if we have not coordination between the gluteal and hamstring muscle injuries. The core control and stability is also very important for optimal muscle function. It is very well known that hyperlordotic lumbar spine is correlated with a high risk of hamstring injuries in athletes. Here we can see some of core and pelvic stability exercises. The core stability exercises must perform only once time a week, not more. The endurance training is very important because it enables to quick recovery after repeated explosive actions, and an important goal of preventing training measures is to raise mechanical limit by increasing the load tolerance of the muscle. We can improve the endurance with runs or interval exercises. It was found in many studies that the combination of continuous and interval training methods is better, with better results. The warm-up is also very important because the preconditioned muscles can be stretched to a greater length, require more force to fail, and attain to less force as it's given to increase in length before failure. The warm-up can reduce the risk of injuries with increasing blood flow and by lengthening of the muscles. There are 3 phases of warm-up. During the first phase, we have moderate aerobic exercises for the optimal blood flow and activation of nervous system. During the second phase, we have activation of the muscle and joints. And during the third phase, we have actions performed at high intensity, like shooting, passing, accelerating, full-out sprinting, and specific action for any sport. Very important is the rule of 10%. According to this rule, any increase in volume and intensity must not be more than 10% per week. Finally, there are combined injury prevention programs. These prevention programs combine stretching, strength, proprioception, and core stability exercises to reduce muscle injuries incidence. Here we can see a combined program. It is the Nordic hamstring exercise program. It is used 3 times a week for 10 weeks in pre-season and 1 time a week in training regimes. It has been incorporated in many football clubs because it reduces 65 to 70% of hamstring injuries. Another program is the FIFA 11 Plus, which reduces 11.5 and 25.3 pre-season injuries. Another combined program is yo-yo leg curl program. It is based on the concept of the yo-yo toy, which spins at the end of the spring for an appreciable amount of the time. A modification of this is the ball length curl program. After that, there is we have a session when we can show you all these exercises. Finally, before 5-6 years, an Italian author claimed that combination of Nordic and FIFA 11 Plus exercises can reduce more the injuries in football players. Here we can see all the stages of training. Before the activity, we need flexibility, stretching, warm-up, and after the activity, we need 10 minutes for cooling down and stretching exercises. On the other hand, we have measures to control playing conditions. They are measures about the field and courts, about the climate conditions, about the safety equipment, and about the game rules. The fields and courts must be safe and good in quality. The climate conditions, we must avoid extreme temperatures to minimize the risk of muscle injuries. And the players use safety equipment for passive prevention and especially after the injury for their return. Finally, the last one are the game rules that must be strict to reduce dangerous playing. Special emphasis should be placed on taking measures to prevent or reduce the risk of sports-related injuries, and never forget that prevention is better than cure. Thank you very much.
One major objective of any major sports organization is protecting the athlete's health. In EFSMA country, these preventive exams are found under the following terms, and we shared it in our survey. In English-speaking country, it's called periodic health evaluation or pre-competition medical assessment. In the French country, they are known as exam d'absence de contre-indication à la pratique du sport. Did I pronounce it right? Hopefully. In the French-speaking Switzerland, it's exam médico sportif. In German, the term is different, as you can see, but all mean the same thing. And although it's been done in different languages, we're trying to create something in common that we'll be able to share, and maybe in the future we have an electronic-based pre-participation examination across Europe. In Italy, with the longest traditions and deepest experience, the term is vista di idonia medico sportive. That's the term that's been used there. And again, here's the results. So far, I share them with the delegates of our society, our federation, and now I'm going to share it with you, and I hope to have some insight from you guys as well. So listen carefully. Although the data is a little bit crowded, I'm trying to put everything. We had 30 countries answering to this survey to a certain level, as you can see. The first question was about the legal status of the pre-participation examination in your country. Is it mandatory by law, or is it mandatory by an NGO, non-governmental organization? And we tried to explain the term as much as we can, and we found out there's some difficulty in understanding. Is it language? Is it different terms? Is it because people are not sure what exactly been done in the country and how it's been done because it's not by the law? That's a good question, but it's this interpretation, so we leave it open for the discussion. At the moment, what we have, 21 of the 30 countries, 70% have a mandatory law, or kind of a law that's enforced in their country, as you can see in the second column. And the 9 countries who don't have it, it's strongly recommended or done according to the NGO rules in 8 of them. Only 1 country is not ruled at all. So there is some mandatory obligation is being done by a law in a country, or it's being done by a federation, sports federation, or another NGO. It's different, but more than two-thirds are by law, and 1/3 they left it to the NGO. The second question was if the PPE, is it applied in your country, is it done only for sports with risk and or only athletes with risk? I'm not sure I understand this difference, I'm telling you, because I'm running the survey, but those are remarks that came out from the delegates. So they defined a delicate definition between sports with risk and athletes with risk. Some of us probably will not see the difference. Some do find a difference, so we kept these questions. And I don't find the statistic very significant here to talk about it. We'll see it later on. Then we ask about the schedule. How often or what age you start the first pre-participation examination, to which athletes, and what schedule. And this is what we found in a group of this page. You're going to see it in the next 2 to 3 slides. I'm not going to stop on all of them. I'm going to stop just at the end one. But you can see the distribution, that some of them at any age, some of them the first apply or registration, some of them have no regulation at all, and some have specific age that they mentioned, like Belgium, they said that they're starting at 6 years old. And this group of countries. In the next group of countries, we see a similar, but a little bit difference. Any age, 1 group, or first application, 4 countries, specifically Italy, it's 7 years old,
Latvia, and Romania about 10 years old, Luxembourg, Macedonia about 12 years old. And the last group is this is the distribution. And if you look at the bottom statement, there's a summary for the schedule. That no regulation in 3 countries, no answer, 2 countries didn't give me any answers. It was a short time, so maybe they'll have an answer, but we didn't have it at that time. Any age plus first application, application or competition, I put them together, so 15. So half of the country doing it at any age or first application when they apply to. And some countries do in a specific age. 10 of them, 5 of them doing it at the age of 10. 3 countries at the age of 12, 1 country at the age of 7, and 1 country at the age of 6. So this is the distribution. Obviously, half of them doing it the first time you apply, it's easier. The other one are more specific. Why? Good question. Maybe we have time to discuss it. When to start? So this is one of the major questions. Here comes the second major question. What about exercise testing? The most debated questions in sports medicine, and the fight that we have as a sports physician with the cardiologist, that they feel they own the exercise testing. Why do we exercise test everybody? According to the guidelines today in the Cardiology Society, you don't exercise asymptomatic patients. There's no need for that. But yet we do exercise asymptomatic patients. Do we test them just for cardiovascular risks? No, we're doing it for other reasons. So there is a big debate about it. And sometimes in that specific country is who is stronger, whose federation is stronger, the cardiologists or the sports medicine. Usually the sports medicine are a smaller group. Not weaker, I don't want to use this word, but have less political power. So we do have an argument like that, especially in my country. We withheld our strong position about the fact that we're not exercising just for cardiology, although at a certain age, the cardiology part is very important. So here's the distribution of the countries. When indicated, which is you do an anamnesis and you do physical examination, you do other tests, and when indicated, you decided to do exercise test, 9 countries using it was indicated. 5 countries doing it at 35 years old, including my country, although we spread it between 30 to 40. The reason we spread it in Israel between age 30 and 40 because we have what we call weekend warrior or athlete that are not athlete that exercises in the league of working group or industrial groups. And we decided to do some earlier tests and spread it over 2 to 3 years until the age of 40. But the idea behind 35 years old is because of the increased incidence of coronary artery disease or cardiovascular disease, and that's why one of the major tools to do a first screening is 35, although, as I said, the cardiologists believe you need to test an asymptomatic patient, a subject, not patient, they're not patient yet. So 5 countries around the age of 35, 9 when indicated, 2 at any age, and then you see 18 years old, 1 country, 15 years old, 1 country, 14 years old, 2 countries, 12 years old, 1 country, 10 and 18, 1 country, this depends on the sports, no answer, 6, and no regulation, 1. And this is one of the major questions that we're going to deal with it because the questions about exercise testing is when to start it, if to do it, when to start it, and what's the schedule that should be done, which will be the next question. Which of the following component part of your basic pre-participation examination? So this is a description of what in the pre-participation examination. We can see we have a medical history, all of them, anthropometric, most of them, those who are doing a pre-participation, blood pressure, heart rate, physical examination, 12-lead ECG, no question about spirometry, you see less. Blood tests, you see even less than that. Echo, usually don't, not part of the pre-participation examination. Urine test, eye examination being done by some countries. That's about those distribution. Who's qualified to conduct a test? Either it's sports medicine specialist, most of the group is the first column, Is it certified sports physician, what we have in our country? Less than that, because we don't have specialists. If you do have specialization, if you have specialized sports medicine, you do kind of specialized sports physician. If you're not, certify them. Personal doctor, even less than that, and the team physician is the least. Belgium has a unique condition with the description here, and it depends on the federation, as is written down here. What cost of the, in euro, what cost is the price of that? It's a spread between the country according to the economics. I'm not going to spend too much on that, and we'll move forward for our implications, things we took out of it. This is the new survey that we are looking at now. That's what we're about to distribute. We make the first question more clear to make patient feel more comfortable or writing down or describing the situation in their country, because there's reason for both of them. The reason for a law, the reason for not having it as a law, and everybody has their own reason, and this is the first, I would say, first fight in each country, whether we need a law or not, to enforce testing of athletes that are considered healthy. Second question, if it's applied in your country, is it done? Again, this question about sports with risks and athletes with risks. I'm not sure about those questions myself, but I left it because it's important for some country, they said. What are the starting ages important? As I said before, and here we give an option for all age group, kids, adult, master athletes. Is it different for females? And is it different by intensity of the sport? That's where written down mostly in the back. I have to add this question if it's not here. Exercise testing, divided it for two. Two questions, divided this section to two questions. One of them talks about the routine or mandatory exercise testing in your country. Is it mandatory, routine, yes, no? For all registered sports athletes, yes, no. If not all, which of them? And there's sports, a place to sports to write down which sports it's actually been done for each sport. You can edit, and you can have more place for remarks if they have some others that are not including in the fours that I gave this as an option. If it's done by professional level, right levels, and age of the first test, is it recreation? How does it done for recreation athletes, competitive athletes, professional and elite athletes, national teams? Or is it different for females? Described in remark is different for females, because some countries, especially in my country, feel that the test for females should be done in 10 or 15 years later, the first examination, than for cardiovascular reason, later than for males. The second part of this question is, if you use exercise testing as part of PPE in your country, what are the frequency you're doing it? And again, I didn't talk about it before, but most of the country that doing in the last survey, 84%, I think, doing it at least in 1 year, once a year, and some of them doing it even less than that, half a year, like 6 months. Few countries, I think 2 or 3, doing it every 2, and 1 or 2 doing it for every 3 years. Here again, is it routine or not? Is it for all registered sports athletes, yes or not? If yes, describe the schedule, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. For all registered sports athletes, if not, name the sports and the schedule for their sports. If it's done by professional level, name the schedule for that professional level. Is it different for women? Is it different according to intensity, low, medium, or high intensive sports? Describe in the remark. So we gave more options and more possibilities to spread out and understand it, because if we're trying to build something based on the knowledge, the common knowledge in Europe, we need more information as much as we can. The exercise itself, part of the PPE, if it's part of the PPE is indicated, when it's indicated, some makes it mandatory part of PPE on a certain age. What is the age of your country starting it? I don't know why this description is here. This is the last one. It went back somehow. Okay. Went back. Okay, good. All right. Which of the following components is part of the basic physical examination? We spread the same question without much changes. Who's qualifying to it? We gave it more option for sports, for different sports group. And for intensity, see if there's different type of doctors that are doing it for different type of sports or intensity. Are there any type of sport that excluded from being tested? So does not need testing, like chess or bowling. We gave this option. This option is a new question. I keep entering here, enter and keep going back for some reason. What are the costs in Europe, in euro, in your country, and is it being provided, or the cost being provided by a third party like a government, NGO, etc., or paid privately like it's been done in my country? So if I'm trying now to go to my distinguished partners in this discussion and ask their opinion and their experience, I would like to point or concentrate more on the basic, on the more, or to focus on the more important issue. First, are we doing it, should it be done by mandatory, as the situation in their country, it should be done by mandatory law or not? Talk about their experiences, their opinion about it. The second questions, first, participation examination, what age? The third question is about the exercise testing. What age do you start exercise testing, and what schedule is the last question, whether it's being done differently for different sports or different intensity of the sports that are being done. And we'll start with the right to left. Come join us and talk about your experience. You want to use this mic, or you want to talk from here?
Hello, everybody. I'm Vladimir Ivanchev. I'm president of Croatian Sports Medicine Association. And, okay, everything is clear here, but I have some questions, and I want to comment it, and I need your mention about it, about some sports federation, for example, football federation or boxing federation. They have their own rules about level of pre-participation examination, or about diagnostic procedure which have to be proceed, for example. So in that case, we have to do it regarding that list of diagnostic methods, not something what we prescribe or what we decide to do in some level of any of our countries or in Europe. So that's one of my suspicion what to do. Is it to do what we mean, what's necessary, or we have to follow their real diagnostic procedures, what they insist? Because sometimes you can have a problem if you didn't follow the list of the diagnostic methods in some particular sports, such as, for example, football, boxing, or some other federation, European or world. Thank you.
Okay. This is about the law. You have any comment about the exercise testing or the first participation examination? What age do you start? When do you start exercising in your country, and why?
In Croatia, we have to do by law. Any participant in competitive sport has to perform pre-participation examination. So now it could be in the most of sports in the age of 8, 9, 10 years old children. The youngest this year, I have young athletes 9, 8 years old. So it's
Okay. So you do it any age,
Yes.
according to your their first application, with the first time they registered for competitive sport.
yes,
you're doing
because
it.
we have some kind of sport inspection by Ministry of Sport, and they goes to clubs and they visit competitions and check about license and legal date. We have to perform pre-participatory examination every 6 months by law. So they checked on each competition, the official delegate check the date of the last examination for any competitive athlete. And
So
for
every
example,
6
in
months,
Croatia,
first
they start-
application, every 6 months,
Yes.
and exercise testing?
Yes,
At what
and
age?
they have to perform each 6 months, and the youngest competitive athletes in the most of sports are around 9.
You don't have a certain age. It's any age. Okay.
Yes, any
What
age.
about the exercise testing? What age do you start and
Only
why?
by indication.
By?
If it's indicated by
Only if
by
indicated.
breast ECG or
Okay,
some
all
other subjective symptom about
Okay.
some chest pain or some
So you
palpitation.
have, let's say, amateur, master athlete, 40 years old, asymptomatic. Exercise testing indicated, no
No.
other things.
No,
Okay.
only by
All right.
symptomatic.
All right.
Hello, I'm Jean Almeida, Portuguese Federation of Sports Medicine. In my country, we do the pre-participation examination since 1977. So it's obliged by law. There is a formulary that is obliged, and begin the first exam when they begin competition. They make the inscription on a federation. And it's annual, it's every year, they have to do the exams, and the doctor is free to ask the different exams that he wants to clarify the situation. There is a strict observation of the law, otherwise they lose the results of the sports results. And there is a little mistake there because we do anthropometry to everybody.
Okay.
And we do sport test obliged after the 35 for all everybody, and in all ages if the suspicion of the doctor obliged to as any other exam. It works well. For instance, any doctor for federation or doctor from the family or sport doctor can do it, and we have now just nearby 1,000 doctors can do it, very qualified too.
So at your country, it's written down for the first survey, it's 35 years old, it's obligated for
Yes.
everybody.
And
And
anybody-
until then, it's indicated, whether
Yes.
indicated or not.
Yes.
So you follow the general cardiology perspective of doing it for a coronary or cardiovascular disease to exclude them at a certain age at which you start your exercise testing. Okay.
Yes, but also those from the national teams, they are obliged to.
May I remind you that there's no evidence anywhere in sports medicine so far. It's evidence-based C, because there's no research being done to put it in A or B to decide about the age of starting it. So the ideas in sports medicine came out of the cardiology section, basically. Even if we do test in different ages, earlier ages, there's no study that say why this specific age to start exercise testing. This is the first, that's the first issue or question that we have to deal with as a sports physician if we're trying to do a unified testing here. Thank you. Joe.
So, hello, I'm Manca Ionescu from Romania. We have a long tradition in sports medicine from 1932, so one of the longest history. And I'm very happy that sports medicine is a strong specialty to our country, and pre-participation examination, it's according by law, so it's very, very clear.
I put it on the wall. You can see yours.
Each 6 months. So, and it's after the first inscription to the sport federation, the first one, and then every 6 months we check them. Another good things, it's the elite athletes, that mean national and Olympic teams, are seen in the same institute. That it's very good for database and for conclusion and many practical aspects. So if it's possible, it's very useful for us also, and of course for them. We have established which are the parts of this pre-participation examination, and including, of course, medical examination, anthropometric, functional and effort test capacity, but it's not written this test for this age, this test for this age. It's the sports medicine doctor who decided which is the most appropriate for an athlete according to his age and the sports discipline. And of course, we give them also recommendation and so on. Because Ron has very good idea to have this questionnaire, we just decided in Scientific and Educational Commission of EFSMA yesterday to do a gold standard on pre-participation examination for athletes. So that's we'll do in the next months. We'll work at the beginning in this commission, and then we share with all the people to have a final form.
It's a welcome initiative. Keep it here. We'll use it in a minute. Let me elaborate about what's been said so far, and we'll continue with the other members here in the crowd, in the audience. One of the ideas to starting the first pre-participation examination, you can see it in country with a great tradition in sports medicine, because at younger age, it's not cardiovascular at all. There is cardiovascular, but it's growth and development. So we're looking for younger athletes to make sure they're healthy, but we not have a decision when to start. Yes, some gymnastics start at the age of 4 and 5. Do we need to test them at this age? So people start at 6 in one country, one at 7. Yours, I think, it's 10. Some other country, different ages, but the ideas are not cardiovascular, as I said. The cardiovascular come later as we go with the years. I can mention now the Great Britain doesn't have a mandatory law. I don't know if there's somebody from UK here, obviously, but they have a great research on that with the group Shanji Sharma and other Michael Papadakis is here. And they did have a survey in a 16 years old soccer player recently for sudden death, and they found out, and one of the conclusions for Sharma et al. Was that they need to do the testing every 2 years in order to be able to catch those who may have potential of sudden cardiac death. So there are some hints about starting testing for cardiovascular reason. For other reason, as we said, growth and development, it's like any other physician, like a family physician. If you take care of an athlete, you are a family physician of that specific athlete. You take care of his development. So that's why you see a spread of the age about the testing. It should be a mandatory? That's a different question. We'll see some other remarks. One remarks, yes, please. Zoran from North Macedonia. Can you come here and here's a microphone, please? Thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Dr. Zoran Hanjisi from North Macedonia. I would like to mention that we have a very long history of pre-participation examination in my country for 30 years as a Republic of North Macedonia and before in Yugoslavia. The pre-participation examination are mandatory, regulated by law. Every 6 months, as my colleague from the Croatia mentioned, especially for sports medicine is responsible for this. And I could think for myself as a big fighter for the sports medicine
and for pre-participation examination, because, do you know, first I would like to give a little bit comment to my colleague from the Croatia. Yes, because if the pre-participation examination is regulated by law and is mandatory in your country, you must proceed all this schedule about pre-participation examination. And for example, if boxing federation or soccer federation have different acts, for example, boxing asking for ophthalmologists, neurologists, maybe soccer players will ask something. This is something which is add to the pre-participation exam. It's normally, if your office could not do it, maybe other office could do this additional test. I could add to the Ron, very good remarks. I could not see how for all this half century, when we are talking about sports medicine, we are thinking only of the cardiovascular system and injuries. Oh. And that is why we have for a long time problem with our colleagues, cardiologists and orthopedists, traumatologists. This is the main reason. For example, every day my practice show very other problems, not connected with the cardiovascular system and injuries. What about problem in hip and hyperthyroidism? What about the hematological problem? What about beta thalassemia? What about overtraining acute? What about overtraining syndrome, which is very difficult to diagnose? Very difficult to diagnose, to say, hey, this guy, this athlete has the overtraining syndrome. That is why I could accept, support the idea for the gold standard of pre-participation examination. And I think we should stop to thinking that sports medicine is only cardiovascular system and orthopedy and traumatology. For example, simply blood test. Blood tests will come on the examination. Simply blood tests could give some results of any kind of acute inflammation. Maybe could become myocarditis, pericarditis, and something else. And what will happen? That is why maybe the general practitioner could not, because at the time when these athletes come in your office as a specialist of sports medicine, it is your responsibility. I will give the signature that is capable for training and competition. That is why we should think widespread about sports medicine. Sports medicine is not only cardiology and orthopedy and traumatology. We could think about everyday adaptation, acute adaptation, chronic adaptation, evaluating of body composition, evaluating of effects of training processing, which, for example, general practitioner could not be involved. That is why I support this idea, maybe to make gold standards. We could see that there's a lot of differences. And this is my comment. Thank you.
At the end of this goal recommendation, we'll also strongly recommend it to be done only by sports medicine physician specialists or certified. Yes?
Yeah.
Because there are countries where
those countries who don't have a law
yes,
or specialty may have a certified, yes.
But
Certified, yes.
To have something,
Yeah.
yes? Not a general practitioner or other specialty.
All right.
It's not normal.
Let me make something clear before we ask more questions. So we probably agree, because we are the sports physician, we think this way, that it's not just cardiovascular or orthopedic, as you said. There are other reasons. But do we consider the family practitioner of the sports people, the athlete, or they can apply to their family practice? Good question. With the pressure that they have on a family practice today, the family practice not necessarily want this another addition, want this another certification on their head. They're not getting the reward for that financially for doing this extra job. So that's what I see in my country. So it's a big debate why other people from outside think that it can be taken care by other specialists. Those who have a specialist in this country establish what I call the foot in the door, put the foot in the door, and they have a control about their future. Other countries need to do the same thing. Hopefully this initiative of specialty in Europe will advance other countries to get in this door specifically. But let me make it difficult, besides this
declaration. Okay, should it be mandatory though? I understand the logic for being, should it be mandatory by the law? For instance, you mentioned about those cases that may happen. In my country, because it's mandatory by law, if the fallacy happens, then it's a case of a court. There is an investigation committee that comes for every sudden death or something like that, that investigate the case, and this case being dealt in a court eventually, because it's by law. Should we have that, or should we have it in closed door, closed in the federation, when it's done by, ruling by an NGO, specific NGO? This is a big question. Not every country is willing to do that. Most of them are, as you can see, have organized it or registered it as correctly. Well, let's move forward now to the other question, exercise testing. As I described, it's exercise testing, basically most of it, not all of it, is cardiovascular reason for doing it. There are other reasons, pulmonary reason, movement reason. Some of them not agree with me, this is my opinion, that's okay. We're using exercise testing for different reasons. We have your opinion in a minute. That's why we tend to do it closer to the age of some country to the age of when the cardiovascular risk is going up, 35. Some of them doing lower than that, and would like to do an opinion why and what it's based on. If you can add on that, please. Any comment on that? Who want to be the first? Go ahead.
I'm not agree with you. The effort test is to give recommendation to the coach and the athletes for his aerobic and anaerobic effort capacity. It's our role like sports physician. If we have, if it's a question of health, we send to the cardiologist, and then they come back to us and we decide. But I think the first thing that we test that is to support his performance, to give some information for that.
Let me make clear for somebody to understand it. She talks about the relations between the sports physician and the trainer.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is not part of the first participation examination, which is just screening. So this is advances in your country, which is welcome. I wish I have the same situation. Obviously, probably, this is my, I presume that you're doing it because you're dealing with elite professional athlete that you're testing them. So there's more good relation between the sports physician and the trainer in this case. Or you screen like third league soccer player for registering for the next season. Do you need exercise testing for those reasons that you mentioned? Because you're not talking to his coach. You're not talking to the third grade level league in Romania, North Romania, whatever they are, that you don't see, you don't talk to his coach. So the reason for do the pre-participation examination.
I discuss because the,
yes,
the
go ahead.
Doctor is a specialist in sports medicine, and it was my resident years before, so it's easy to have contact.
No, it's not fun. I'm saying is, that's the question I've been asked. It's not to make fun of something. Those questions are in front of us when we deal with the other specialists thinking, why do we need sports medicine? Why do you test everybody? Why do you exercise testing for everybody? I see a reason when you have a good relationship. And I ask specifically, do you test like that a third league or fifth league soccer player that probably you don't have a relationship with the coach, that specific coach? That's why I'm saying it. So the screening is a screening. The reason for exercise prescription and helping the coaches is a good reason. I wish we can do that relationship, as I said. But the screening, we have to deal with the screening first. That's why I asked, I put this remark. Zoran, you want to add something, or somebody else?
Only to add it to you and only remarks. This question opened the sports medicine. Completely open. Because what is the specialization of sports medicine? Do you know? For example, for my point of view, it is advisable and normal someone who exercises when you come in your office to have the exercise test. Doesn't matter what kind of exercise test. For example, simple Bruce protocol could give maybe information for the patient, for the athlete, for the coach. Depends, maybe this is the recreative level. to give the information about improvement in VO2 max, for example, indirect VO2 max. Secondly, if you would like, because I work with recreational, little children, professional, you could provide it lactate test, VO2 direct, etc., etc. Now, what I would like to put action on that, this question open the sports medicine. And when you think about that, you will see what is the sports medicine. Because this is not only to signature capable of training, and you could give a lot of advices. You could discuss with the athletes, recommendations for the athletes. This is the sports medicine specialization.
Well, which is a good remarks, because you realize that pre-participation examination is not all sports medicine. There are other reasons for sports participation, obviously. But for the screening reason, what we assembled today here, do we need to do it, as I said, and exercise testing? What age is a good question. It's just for screening for first participation.
Second, the patient come, okay, doctor, now I was injured, or I have some flu, and what to do now? How could you be loaded? With which frequency? With which duration? Now we open the question of sports medicine. Don't think only for pre-participation examination to put the signature. No, please. Sports medicine is a specialization like cardiology, orthopedy, surgery, neurology.
That's some other people, please.
Sorry.
Get closer, please. Yes, people can know you. Thank you, Eva.
I'm Eva Martos from Hungary. We have similar system as in Romania. You know, in the previous socialist countries had the same system in pre-participation examination. So we have also a long tradition. I fully agree with Macedonia, because I think that to approve sports medicine as a specialty and not a part of cardiology and others, we have to emphasize the specific features of sports medicine. So I think, for example, in connection with pre-participation examination, a GP can do all of these things, but I think the evaluation is the most important, because if you realize a wrong lab test or MRI in boxers or something like that, you have to evaluate and to decide whether whether the athlete is good for that sport or not. So I think these are the specific questions. In Hungary, for example, if you have in the first visit at sports physician department, we have also a central institution, and there is a big network in different part of the country, and the sports physician have a contract with the National Institute. And if I have a problem, I can send it to a cardiologist, for example, send the athlete, or to an orthopedic surgeon and so on, asking for a second opinion. But the sports physician has to decide, because they have to write the license.
I agree with you, and I'm not playing this devil advocate for nothing. There's a reason why I'm doing it. Those questions have been asked and been attacked for those reasons. So let me make it clear for what you said and what Zoran said here and those other remarks. It depends on the question. What are the questions that you've been asked for doing the test? If it's just for screening, those evaluations, not necessarily, as I said, if the athlete or the coach asking you to evaluate the fitness level and give me some hints, that's a different question. That's not a screening question, okay? Let's make it clear, to my opinion. Yes, we can do both. Yes, we can do more than that, as you said, in sports medicine, because we have different tools. Narrow our perspective of what we are dealing on the plate. There's other plates for you can eat from, but this one has to be more specific to be able to be unified. Yes, Eva, please.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I wanted to add. So I think the age depends on the question put. So I don't think that we should make an exercise test at the age of 6 years or 14 or something, because if we make the first pre-participation examination, which should be prior to the start of high-level physical activity, in this case, I think we don't have any answer for nothing, except of the case when during the pre-participation examination there is something suspicious at physiological examination or something.
So it's actually falling in the basket of when indicated. If it's indicated or question for it, when indicated for orthopedic reason, neurological reason, balance, coordination, other reason for following a young athlete, if it's indicated, then we use a tool that we have, like exercise testing, to see what's going on with the athlete.
And because we make every year or every half a year the pre-participation examination, so I think it is suggested apart from the symptoms. So it's another case. Okay. But I think it's important to do if the volume or intensity of the training change. So, or at the level of puberty, so it depending on the change of the level of exercise intensity, apart from complaints. So if you do it not from diagnostic intention, but only just to do how to proceed, or is there any problem with the intensity or just overtraining or others. In this case, I think it should be worse to do it when the level when the competition level is changing, or the number of training hours per day is changing, and so on. If there is no complaints, just for screening.
Okay, other opinion, please. It's an open discussion, please, at the left end over there. This is an open discussion. There's many questions to be asked and agree upon. So we'll discuss it, as I said before, because I get the non-verbal remarks that I'm getting here from the first line here. But it's good. It's good discussion. Yes, please.
Good morning from Italy. Which countries make a step test during pre-participation examination?
Which country doing?
Step test. Step test.
I think Italy used to do it.
Yes, but the other?
I'm not sure. Everybody moves to the bike or the treadmill, I guess. Unless it's specific for the sports, that you're doing it for special sports. In Hungary, there's some... There is a reason why you asked a specific question. Please share it with us. There is a reason why you asked this question?
Yes, because someone make a short stress test instead of a step test. And so I want to know your opinion.
Okay. Any other remarks from the audience? We're getting close to close the discussion. You want to add something in the final words? Anybody from the other members? Final words? So basically the same situation, but a more clear opinion on what we have. We're going to discuss it later on. I think what I'm taking home from here is to make it clear on this next survey that we serve on what we're answering, which is screening only and not evaluation for training purposes, which is another job that we do in our office. Any other comment, final comment from the other members? If not, thank you very much, and great.
Naj gre za dolgo ali kratko pot. Zdaj lahko poskrbim za svojo družino, ker moje gorivo poskrbi za moj avto. Izboljšani dodatki v gorivih MOL učinkovito zmanjšujejo obloge in tako čistijo motor. Z novo generacijo goriv MOL Evo poskrbite za motor vašega vozila.
Dear colleague, Roland will be first few minutes in front of me because he has a lot of work to do and he has a special reception. So, Roland, is yours. Please introduce yourself shortly and then further. Hi. Thank you, Mark. I have a delegate meeting already started, but I'm giving this presentation. And this exercise was a surprise. I thought about what's more worth than a bad physician examining you. It's a sweaty physician examining you, so it was nice to do this exercise before the delegation. But we'll start with our experience with telerehabilitation and its implication on the EPH project. A suggested model that we're going to work it in the future upon the experience. So let's start. So what is telemedicine? It's a remote patient management platform that we have with these options that you can see here that transform the way we manage patient remotely. It's a smart data platform that reduces the cost with about 50%. It gives us a clinical engine for interaction with several teams, minimal multi-channel tool and access to more patient data, and enabling us to deliver predictive health, which a mistake there in writing, which artificial intelligence. So it's something we're looking forward with the technology that we had ahead of us. And talking about the physical cardiac rehabilitation, the one that we have now, what's the challenge that we have? We have a limited capacity at the center. We have a low patient adherence, about 60%, insufficient data on physical activity and well-being, and lack of continuity in care, because most of the care dying at home, and reduced access in remote area, time-consuming. And I'm living in the north part of Israel, and we do have a problem with the distances. The people, the more the distance they have to the physical cardiac rehabilitation, the less the adherence or the compliance to the program. As opposed to it, the telerehabilitation, cardiac rehabilitation, we just started to have it under the law of Israel. We do have an admission clinic that do the medical, like the anamnesis, stress test, echo, physical examination, risk stratification. And we have a program that introduced them with a mobile and watch. We give them a watch for monitoring, training plan, and report instruction, how to report. And they start a basic program that focus on aerobic training with a monitoring, non-synchronized monitoring, that they download their exercise sessions to an application. That's where we communicate with them, that allow us to have a chat, reminder, feedback, and survey. Later on in the advanced part of the program, we advance their program exercise training gradually using the FIT principles. We also prescribe through that resistor training, and in the completions, there is instruction on future exercise training and medical therapy that we can follow. So basically, we have all the ingredients of the cardiac rehabilitation, the physical one, but we do it remotely with an application that allows us to communicate by-way communication, that will allow us to monitor and see what the patient is doing asynchronized, it's not synchronized, and do our recommendations, suggestions, adaptation to the exercise program of the patient. Here's how it looks like. We have an application with a user management and communication platform with a homepage. As you can see here, the workout history, step history, and survey that we ask them questions. How do you feel? What's your mental health? What's your physical health? Different that you can see around later in the program that will allow us to have a better grasp of their psychological as well as their physical state.
We have a team dashboard that track and monitor patient training. We can see that what he's doing. We can see whether he's in the target heart rate, outside of the target heart rate, with a warning that's sent automatically, and we can respond to that. And we can see whether we apply to the guidelines, and we talk about the guidelines as we get to the EPH later on. We also have a single workout details. We can get into each details and see what they're doing. And basically, it's very simple. It's just technological advances that we have, so we can get the data from Polar or from Garmin. For any kind of application, we get this application and use it. We can get the data that collected by the watch and have it described to us the way you look here in the single workout details, and see how it looks like, see if we have any recommendations based on that. We also have patient problems scored over time. We're dealing with their mental health. And we can get into specific survey asking there, generally, how do you feel now? How's your health? How's your mental health? Satisfactions, and other questions, social activities, how active are you in social activity? Are you depressed or not? In different ways, we learn about the mental health, a better way of grasping that. This is actually the first remote category validation done in Israel by Sheba Medical Center, not in my center. In my country, the hospital with the most money can start earlier those programs. So a little bit different in the north, but we do share this information. We have including the cardiac rehabilitation, the remote cardiac rehabilitation, the tele-cardiac rehabilitation in our basket of what we call the health basket, whatever is being paid by the insurance company. So it's included like the physical. We have the same thing for the tele, so we can have that session done. And it's going to solve a lot of problems in my area. I was one of the involved in the initiative. Basically, the program tools is a personal mobile application that I show you, a care team dashboard. We have a monitor that monitors the personal physical activity, a watch that we give for each patient, either Polar, Garmin, or Apple. On the admission, we do the evaluations that I described to you, same thing as the physical. We're doing the same thing for the tele. So everybody comes to us and we survey them, make sure that the risk is low, not high. We're starting with a low-risk patient, cardiac patient. Inclusion and exclusion criteria, introduction, training instructions, monitoring tools, how to use them, quick session for teaching them how to work, and they can always ask questions to us in the application. And we're doing a stress test before and after the program. The type of cardiac rehabilitation was a 6 months in this feasibility study. Type of cardiac rehabilitation was 6 months remote cardiac rehabilitation program, and the cardiac rehabilitation team include cardiologists, nurses, trainers, nutritionists, psychologists, and care coordinator that take care of all the ingredients of the program. The result, as you can see, we have the first one was high completion and adherence rate, which is very important. Talking about completion, if we have a 90% completion, patient completed the program, it's a very high completion rate, versus average regular program that completion had about 60%. As far as the adherence, as you can see in the graph, the activity, the patient were asked to train 150 minutes a week, 120 minutes of them in the target heart rate zone. On average, they train 180 minutes per week and 60 minutes in the target or heart rate zone or above that, which was very a nice surprise to us and equivalent to other studies in the world. Result. Second result was significantly increased exercise capacity, and we compared it with the pre and post exercise test. In match, as you can see here, there was a nicely improved functional capacity. And also in the result of the study group show us a positive trend for PROM, STAN, and PHQ survey, showing here that the mental health was improved, the depression scale was going down, and this is actually the good results. And what is the problem with this program if it not work? What is the problem with APH and EPH, not the cardiac rehab? For in my opinion, as a cardiac rehabilitation specialist and sports physician, there's no much difference between, as being an athlete, so-called athlete, between a cardiac patient
and a non-cardiac patient. It's a little bit different program, but they both need to exercise to a specific level that they have. How do we convince patients to exercise? Most of the problem, and why we have a lower adherence rate, is because of the way people look at exercise as a task, as a duty that they have to do and not part of their life. And they develop it along their life. It's not coming them for no reason. And I'm using these slides just to show the part of the excuses that patients have while they're coming to our office. This is an extreme example, but based on the list of 30 or 40 excuses that I see in patients why they don't exercise. They don't have time, my dog just died, I lost something, different excuses, but most of them are equivalent for them when they're telling you why they don't exercise routinely. Now, you look at the conference today. This conference is organized very nicely here, the conference organization. But some conference a while ago, I took this picture of a patient going to a sports medicine conference. And what's strange is this conference meeting. That's using the stair elevator, right? The moving elevator instead of the stairs. We put there a sign there telling about the benefit of that, and this 80-20% was switched to 20-80, but people just realize that they're not doing the wrong thing. So they need to be reminded, need to be clear, they need to be monitored, like sometimes, I don't want to call it a kindergarten, but patient like anybody else. If you're coming for a class, and I took a document from the Army, a bus of generals sitting for a tour that somebody was to take them. Who's they waiting for? For the lieutenant to come to sign for the bus driver to go on. So, there's little details that people waiting for do these things that, although they know they have to do it, and reminder is good reminder there. Another example is the fitness. People go to the fitness room, but, they're driving to the fitness room, they took in the stairs, they're going to exercise, right? It's like my son told me, take me to the gym room. I said, why do I have to take you? Go over there, run over there, walk over there. So they're not in the mood for understanding the idea of activity, daily living, and exercise. And that brings me to the EPH, or Foundation for an Application. This is the one I want to present here for the few minutes that are left. So what we need to know, we start late, so give me 2 minutes. What we need to know as a patient is, in the French entrance, it should be a short education and motivation section that talk about the adverse effect of physical inactivity, sedentary behavior are clear. Actually, it's a 4 risk factors more than smoking. So people had to know that when they're dealing with that. They have to be in front of it to remind them about that. And the risk of harm by moderate physical activity is very small, so you're not risking anything, and suppose you get a lot of benefit out of it. Physical and mental health benefits start just at 30 minutes physical activity a week and goes up to a plateau after that. And physical activity reduce morbidity and mortality efficiently more than medication. Those reminders are important for patients. And you don't have to be doing exercise to be active. You don't to exercise. You do physical activity, not necessarily an exercise program. You need to move, and you need to do it every day or most days of the week. An example for that can be easily a manual work or outdoor activity, brisk walking, cycling or jogging, exercising machine, different type of exercising machine, charity event or participation with training schedule, game sports, from dance to swimming to tennis, martial arts, team sports, whatever you feel comfortable for you to exercise and you're enjoying it. The point of enjoying, the point of feeling scale that we're trying to work, how people enjoy what they do is probably the most important point for adherence. And this you can do easily with a tele program because they can answer that on the free time, whatever they can feel comfortable about it. So the foundation for application in moderately intensity physical activity for patients with reduced functional capacity. Another group, the small relative intensity, we do the same exercise profile, but a lower intensity, lower absolute intensity, older people, low functional capacity, sitting exercises, walking, cycling, community groups. And we need to remind the physician
that they help patient be active. Physicians today are too busy, and brief discussion and contact leads to changes in the life of the patient. Patient listen to physician. Randomized controlled trial of 255 patients show that 3 to 5 minute discussion in routine visit, you don't have to be a special visit. Booster calls after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, increase physical activity 4 to 6 weeks later by 37 minutes a week and 30 minutes more than control. So it's working. The opportunity can be found in new appointment, health checks, disease review, and can be promoted in the waiting room of people waiting for you at your office. And promoting means telling them that about how much you lower the risk of metabolic disease and diabetes, lower of breast cancer, cardiovascular disease, and all the others that we know about. I'm going to make it a little bit shorter. And this is what I suggested when I work out. I put it on 2 years ago, and now I'm moving it forward to make it more the tele application, that we need to screen. One of the reasons that physicians are not willing to prescribe excuse me, exercise for patient is because of the screening problem. What happens if I miss something and he make a mistake and injure himself, or God forbid die during this exercise that I prescribed to him? So people, like physicians, they distance themselves for this option. But screening, we have tool of screening, so we need to screen the patient. It's a general questionnaire or disease-specific questionnaire. If he's coming to you, you know this disease that the patient has. All those have to be filled out before. And if there's need to be, like the PAR-Q, if somebody answered positively one of the questions in the PAR-Q, he's been sent to a specialist to check out there's a problem. If not, there's a clear participation approval for the PAR-Q so far as experience. So this can be another form on the application to allow them to participate. And the way to screen is the way that the medical association across the world is actually now doing it. They ask, assess, and advise. In the past week, how many days did you have about 30 minutes more or more minimum physical activity? Enough to increase your breathing rate. Assess the idea of being active and non-active. All those can be running in this questionnaire and allow you to know the condition of your patient before allowing them to do any physical activity. And this is the way it looks like eventually. So if it's no cardiovascular, are you regularly active, as you see here? No, you're not regularly active. That's the first table. But it doesn't have a cardiovascular, metabolic, or renal disease, no signs of symptoms suggesting such a diseases. You can move forward. We don't need medical clearance. MC is not needed. That's the one that you move forward with. Light, moderate physical activity. This guy who answers the PAR-Q doesn't have any problem. Although he does not exercise, he can start regular light, moderate physical activity and gradually increase to vigorous physical activity. If you have one of those diseases, he needs a medical clearance. This is the middle table. And after the medical clearance, start light, moderate physical activity and may gradually increase it. Later on, you have another table, and then I'm going to finish with that, that's saying that if he has an experience with exercise, those rules make it a little bit different, but still there's the rules. Everything can be done in the application automatically, and eventually bring you to the advice part. You can start with advice and safety. Some contraindication to remember that. And I'm going to skip those specific diseases because we don't going to deal with them, and look at the way it looks like. We're looking to explore the potential in exercising, using recommendation and using the FIT principle that you know about it. For instance, endurance training, as you can see here, it's a 30 minutes that you all know or more. Moderate intensity aerobic activity for 5 days a week for a total of 150 minutes a week. Frequency, everything is written down in the application. Intensity, target heart rate with a table, depends on the mild, moderate, or high. You can look at the watts or the Borg scale. Type, is it weight-bearing and non-weight-bearing exercises, time length of the session, everything can be written down remotely, or you can choose from his different recommended physical activity. Following, you can do also high intensity, as you know. It's only 25 minutes for 3 days a week or more for up to 75, or combination of that. And the last one is the strength training. 2 days a week, moderately to high strength exercise, 8 to 12, 3 sets, I believe all you know that.
And you should follow then the same principles of feet: frequency, intensity, type of training, adding stretches, balances, coordination. Ball games need other games, activities. Comment if the physician has something, and he sign it and write the date of the prescription. Now it can be modified by the physician if he can do that, or by a specialist like an exercise physiologist or a trainer. That's it, guys. There's more into it by resources for patients and professionals, and questions that can be asked about by the patient. And eventually, that's it. Question if you have, guys, before you leave.
Thank you, Ron. You are fast, but still
I'm
in
trying
time,
to.
Okay. Any question? Yes, please.
Hi.
Thank you very much for your nice talk. Oh, sir, I try to. My question is, to change behavior of people is, I think, the most important and most difficult task. So when you go into psychology, there are several health psychology models which say that health is changing in several steps. Do you include this in your work?
Yes, we do. And the fact that you mentioned that there are several, which means there's no one that prove anything that for 100%. So it's different type of protocols. What I find out very helpful is something was developed in the sport section, not in the psychology section. It's called the feeling scale or enjoyment scale. The more patients are enjoying or feeling good after the exercise, the more they tend to comply with it. Especially when you have somebody behind it and you know somebody following you and monitoring you. Several studies show that higher adherence rates, if somebody is monitoring you just enough that you know there's somebody there and watching you, if you add to it the enjoyment part of the feeling scale, you're going to probably have a better adherence. And actually, we are trying to study those in the upcoming studies.
Any more question?
Thank you very much.
If not, thank you very much, Ron. Thank you for a nice presentation. Great applause, please. Next in the line be me. And in the line after me is Nate Splanins. Before my assistant prepared this PowerPoint, maybe I will move myself to another microphone. Well, hello again. Maybe before I start with this presentation, I need to present myself or my background. Actually, I'm an anthropologist, and my specialties, or let's say my specializations are in psychoanalysis, ethnographic and ethnology fields, then physical anthropology, social gerontology, and kinesiology, lately electropuncture therapy. Maybe just that you know what I'm talking about when I'm presenting this, but probably I will be in the same problem like Ron. What can I say in 20 minutes? You know the lecture is its duration of 1 hour and a half, but in 20 minutes I will try to present you what I'm doing. My presentation is actually appointed on one part of my longitudinal research. Actually, it is a presentation of one part of this longitudinal research. It is like pilot study or intervention in my longitudinal research. I'm doing this almost 5 years. I start on university in Koper, and lately I used to be head of Kinesiology University Center, and now I'm on Alma Mater Europaea on the research department for social gerontology. Well, I will speak now more or less about aging. Let me say smart aging, or somehow Ron is in the same flow. Probably Nate too, because we are in the same session. But for the beginning, let me go on introduction. Well, I will read because it is faster. Due to the rising number of the older people, the problem of injuries caused by the falls can be expected to increase in the future. These current demographic trends pose a major social challenge, and understanding the age-related risk factors for falling has become a matter of urgent necessity. Risk factors for falls are defined as internal, means like decreased muscle mass, balance problems, etc., and external factors like home environmental hazards or steps or let me say obstacles in the shops. In the present pilot study, which is a part of longitudinal research, like I said, I will present, actually I named this study movement cognitive techniques, because it is completed by the physical activities on one side, and another side cognitive techniques. If we will have time at the end, I will show you some technique with the cognitive practice in this research. There are some participants and our workout colleague Urška. Well, falls and injuries associated with the falls and are common in older people who live independently in their home environment and increase exponentially with age. Approximately 30% of people over 65 years of age report at least one fall per year. And about 40 to 70% of people who have recently fallen are afraid of falling. Actually, that is normal by the older people, which leads to a restriction of movement, social isolation, and deterioration in the quality of life. I think that you agree with this. Well, when we start this, maybe my presentation will be a little bit schizophrenic, but it is not. I'm still in. So look, I would like to say that in the beginning of every intervention, we present our protocols to participants. And here was last August in the field of Sports Center Bonifica in Koper. Let's go further with theoretical, let me say, arguments. Despite these serious consequences, older people are often aware that they are at the risk of falling. The fall is a predictor of reduced functional status and a risk factor for institutionalization, and the elderly people who are prone to falling each year spend more on health care in comparison with non-fallers. Well, according to American Geriatric Society, all older adults who are in danger of falling should be offered physical therapy or an exercise program that includes training for balance, gait, and strength training. We are doing exactly that. Sarcopenia is an important risk factor for falls. Originally defined as a loss of muscle mass due to aging, now also includes low muscular strength and or muscle function. Muscle wasting is associated with a loss of functional ability, independence, and increased fragility, falls, and disability in older adults. That's reference from other authors. And here you can see a picture how these participants, and here is also one exercise trainer down on the right side, and he's on the picture, my colleague and student for physiotherapy in Koper. Well, however, these are now a number of proven trainings, interventions that can be used by public health communities and clinical practice in order to reduce the risk and increase of falls, and which have the potential for a positive return on investment. Here you can see these people can do plank, and duration is about 1.5 minutes. And yes, here is also Sabrina in his next exercise trainer, and she's not right now on the picture. One type of intervention, Tai Chi Chuan, and the great author is my friend from China, and I'm recommending you the reading of the book of this guy, Wim Zhu, and he presented this, and he wrote a lot of books on this theme. And Tai Chi Chuan has proven to be particularly effective in improving strength and functional balance, thus reducing fear of falling and the risk of falls in the population of older adults and people with balance problems. Gardner and other colleagues note that the balance training may be specific dynamic balance exercises of movement component of the program, such as Tai Chi. Exercises should be regular and sustainable. It should be borne in mind that prescribing improver exercise can increase the possibility of falls in the elderly. If this connection will work, I will show you how we do that with these participants. And the trainer is Professor Jorga, who's a medical doctor and professor on Faculty of Medicine in Belgrade. He's, how they say, sensei and 9 Dan black belt master. Well, there is not sound, but he teach them how to breathe. Actually, in karate, that's very important, how to breathe and control the body breathing. We can other method for the diagnosis of the breathing, also suggestible for you. Power breath is a method and technique, and very, very useful for those people who's working with adults. 5 minutes, come on, okay. Like I said, we cannot say a lot. And you could see here what they are doing and how they are doing that. Well, this training program lasted at least 12 weeks, and each training was 30 to 90 minutes long and took place on the 3 times a week. And I will go on methods that we will be faster with this. Our multi-component group exercises included resistance training exercises in martial arts, boxing, karate, and judo, falling techniques in order to teach middle-aged and older adults not only how to avoid falling, but how to fall correctly. The specific aim of the study were analyze the effect of the 3 months exercises program on the body composition parameters, assess their tensiomyography, derived biceps femoris muscle, contraction time in milliseconds. The subjects were between 53 and 77 years old. Well, maybe here just some end results. Yes, we had 12 female, and average of body weight was 62.43 kilo, with, of course, standard deviation. I wrote down everything what is important by the baseline data for the females, and here is for the 6 male. Maybe average age here is 66.56 years, and the result shows that female lost 1.23 kilo of fat mass and gained 0.71 of muscle mass. Male lost 1.15 kilo of fat mass and gained 0.25 kilo of muscle. Biceps femoris muscle responded faster in 3 female and 2 male. Lateral symmetry improved in 9 female and 2 male. That means that with tensiomyography, we saw actually what was improved in that intervention in 3 months. Not a lot, but 3 months is not enough that we can do this for a future or for long terms. Like I said, there's no time, but this is a report for body composition analyzer, Tanita. And maybe this mentioned methods like Tanita and TMG is, for our knowledge, a potential valuable tools for a new researchers, and especially for intervention studies where there is a need to make precise measurement of potential delicate changes. Everything we do that, we done that in laboratory in alma mater or outside of the laboratory or that hall. Well, in short, the use of our program in existing centers or daily activities for the primary prevention of falls among older adults is feasible and is associated with physical improvement of health. Community-based aging services can be an effective platform for the implementation of fall prevention activities based on physical and cognitive exercises, and should be more often exploited as an underutilized public health resource to reduce falls among older adults living in the community. There is one anecdote that older people, they're spending more money for the healthcare than in a shop. Why? Because they are doing injuries themselves too much time, and they are not care out of themselves because they are not in the heads old. They are still thinking that they are young. And anecdotes goes in direction of dementia. You know, you understand that. Thanks for your attention. I think I was in time. Thank you. Any question now? No. Great. Next presenter. Please, Nate, present yourself shortly. What's your background? And then you can start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nate Splanins. I'm a resident in sports medicine here in Slovenia. And I was invited to tell you a few things about our program, Exercise Prescription for Health, that we do at our institution for the last couple of years. I will present you some of our findings about the exercise prescription for health and its impact on different motor abilities. There have been many sessions before about exercise prescription for health, so you probably know a lot of theory, so I will be short on theoretic part, and also Ron and Marco did a beautiful introduction to my presentation. So this is the prescription for exercise that was presented by EFSMA, probably you've already seen it, and at our institution we also use it. It's translated in more than 10 languages, including Slovene. Ron already mentioned that the prescription should be individually prescribed depending on the person who comes to you wanting to exercise. So you have to use the principle FIT when you adjust the frequency, intensity, time, and also type of exercise. These are the general recommendations issued by EFSMA in 2015, which include also warming up about 3 to 5 minutes and cooling down for 3 to 5 minutes and flexibility training daily. And for prevention in general, like we are repeating each other, but still low intensity 5 times a week for at least 30 minutes or 150 minutes per week in total, or vigorous intensity 3 times a week at least for 25 minutes at least, or 75 minutes per week. The very important part is that we include different types of exercise and different types of sports, endurance, strength, not only one type of sport. Exercise is very important also not only for prevention but also for therapy, in combination or sometimes as the only tool for therapy of different kind of diseases. And these are all the recommendations that are available also online on the EFSMA website, from different cardiac diseases, neurological diseases, pulmonary diseases, kidney disease, metabolic dysfunction, obesity, and so on. So now I will focus a little more on the study and the results we got when we wanted to see what are the effects of regular exercise on different motor abilities. So we started gathering the information this year in 2019. We had a sample of 70 participants, 30% of them were men. Each and every one of them first went to the doctor, had the pre-participation examination, and then the doctor individually prescribed exercise, because some of them were healthy, just wanted to exercise more. Some of them had, I don't know, low back pain, arterial hypertension, diabetes, or some other kind of disease. The exercise was supervised by our kinesiologist. they were in the program, or we got the results for 3 months. The exercise lasted for 1 hour, and they were coming to our institution for the exercise 2 times per week. For the analysis, we used the paired sample T, and the tests we look were Sorensen test, chair stand test, 5 repetitions, timed up and go test, and timed single leg stance test. So the first results are for chair stand test, 5 repetitions. We used it to evaluate the explosive lower extremity strength. These are also some of the results from the literature of the 5 repetitions sit to stand test for different age. I have to say here that I don't have the information about the average age of our participants, which is maybe a little unfortunate, but they were aged from, I don't know, 30, 35 years and even over 60. So it was a very heterogeneous group of people. So we can say that in literature, if I sum the previous table, I can say that in average, it took them 7.7 seconds, and our results are a little worse at the beginning. But then we can see that after 6 weeks and also after 3 months, the results got better, altogether in men and also in women. And both after 6 weeks and even then after 3 months, comparing to the beginning state, the difference was statistically significant. So we can say that the prescribed exercise was effective and people were getting better results. The other one was timed up and go test. We used it to evaluate basic mobility skill as well as strength, balance, and agility. These are again some results of timed up and go test. The test consists of a person standing up, going for 3 meters, turns around, and then sits back down. In literature, if I sum up the previous table, the average time was 9.5. Here we had some much better results at the beginning. That's probably because this table is only for people who were older than 60 years old. And our average age was, I believe, lower. But we can see that we didn't find any important differences and any important improvements, except for the women after 6 weeks. But even after 3 months, the times were worse, so here we can say that we weren't very successful and they didn't improve in the timed up and go test. The other one was timed single leg stand test. We used it to evaluate the postural control. Here are some of the results from the literature where they compared male, female with eyes open and eyes closed. In the literature, in this study, they could choose whichever leg they wanted, which leg they feel more comfortable, but we did it on both legs, so left and right. And here are the results. We can see that at the beginning, on average, we were a little worse than the reported information in literature. But after 6 weeks, we can say that the results got better. People could balance more time. Altogether, both on left and right foot, especially women were here more successful. But after 3 months, we can see that the times are here around, so they are better than at the beginning, but except for the women, we couldn't say that the difference was statistically significant. So we did get some improvement, but not as much as maybe we hoped for. And the last one was Sorensen test. We used it to evaluate the isometric endurance of trunk extensor muscles. The results of the test in the literature vary very much. So I put here the information from different references of some of the studies that analyzed the Sorensen test and the results in male and female together. The studies that did it only for men and only for women. And we can see that the times got much better, even after 6 weeks. And after 3 months, we still had the statistically significant difference comparing to the beginning status. So we can say that with some physical exercise and endurance and also strength training, we can improve a lot. This is the problem Ron already addressed before, that the adherence of participants is a big problem, maybe the biggest problem. For Sorensen test, I have to say that I included only 60 participants because we didn't have the full data of all 70. But we can see that the results are pretty similar between all the tests, that after 6 weeks, around 90% of people were still in the program. They were still testing regularly, coming to exercise with our kinesiologist. And after 3 months, there was only around 75% people still present to exercise regularly. We can see also the difference between men and women, that actually after 6 weeks, men were more adherent. They liked it more, but after 3 months, the dropout was bigger, which was interesting to me. Here is also a graphic analysis of this table. So we can see that the dropout after 6 weeks was around 7 to 10%, and after 3 months, around 35 to 35% altogether. A little less in men at the beginning, but more in the end. And the women who were exercising for maybe a month and a half or 2 were also more successful at coming back to us after, I don't know, 3 months. Do good motor abilities matter even? Is that important? Yes, it is, of course. There is some different information in literature about timed up and go test that taking longer than 14 seconds is associated with high risk of falls in older people. More than 65 years. So it's important to have good motor abilities to prevent falls. Also timed single leg stand test. People who are unable to perform the single limb stance test for at least 5 seconds double their risk for sustaining an injury due to a fall. This is also for older than 60 years old. And also a cutoff time of 10 seconds was found to distinguish fallers and non-fallers with Parkinson's disease. And that's a very, I think, important thing, because we also heard already before that exercise is also very good in prevention of different neurological diseases, also Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease and everything. So on one hand, we prevent and postpone the disease, if I can put it like that, and we also improve their physical fitness and ability, reduce the risk of falls and so on. And also the Sorensen test, numerous potential risk factors are for developing back pain, and one of them is also poor back extensor endurance. So I can say that good motor abilities matter. They are important for good health. And for conclusion, I would like to say that exercise do have positive effect on different motor abilities. We were able to see that some were statistically significant, others not. But the biggest problem is the adherence and how to motivate people. We didn't have any wearable devices, telemedicine or whatsoever, so we could, I don't know, maybe monitor them on when they are practicing at home. But we have to motivate them that even if they don't come in our institution and work with our kinesiologists, that they at least continue with the exercises back home and try to change their lifestyle. And a very interesting thing was also that the difference between women and men, that more women at the beginning, if you remember, 30% were men of all participants, so women were actually or are still more interested in the program Exercise Prescription for Health. And also after 3 months, we see that more women are still involved. But at the beginning, after 6 weeks, actually more men were still involved. So I think these are some interesting findings and are a good basis for our next project. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you, Nate. Thank you for your nice presentation. Any question? If not, I will ask you. Is this a research project, or you are doing this also commercial?
This is more actually a combination. I mean, commercial. It's not completely commercial. People still have to, like pay for it, but because the insurance doesn't cover anything, so in this part it is commercial because we say people come exercise and they have to pay for the exercises, and then we try to collect the data and see if we are doing anything good because we want to spread the exercise prescription for health more across the Slovenia, because at the moment it's limited to maybe 2-3 institutions in Slovenia or something like that. So hopefully we can spread it around, but the biggest problem is the financing because, yeah.
Fine. Thank you. Next question, maybe? Really? Yes, please. Is there? Okay, there is no question. Nate, thank you very much. Thank you. That's all, folks. Like in like cartoons. We finish this session. Wish you a nice rest afternoon, nice evening, and nice traveling back home. Thank you once again.
Adult skeleton. I would like to thank the organizing committee for this kind of invitation. Well, the key to understanding children's injuries lies initially in an adequate appreciation of the anatomy, the biomechanics of the multiple chondro-osseous components of the developing skeleton, and particularly how these components change by time. So, bone formation, it begins with the ossification, which is a process of converting other tissues to bone. We know that there are two types of ossification processes which occur during the embryological formation. The first one is the intramembranous, in which bones originate within sheets of connective tissue. The second one is the endochondral, in which bones begin as models of hyaline cartilage and then replaced by bone. The intramembranous ossification forms the flat bones of skull, the mandible, and the clavicle. And here we have a replacement of the mesenchymal membrane with osseous tissue. The mesenchymal cells differentiate to osteoprogenitor cells and then become osteoblasts, which create the spongy bone, and then it remodels into a compact bone. The membranous bone formation increases the diameter of the long bones. Via endochondral ossification, most of the bones form with this way, and this way actually begins in the second month of the human development. The mesenchyme creates the cartilage model, which gets replaced by bone. And this replacement begins in diaphysis and then follows in epiphysis. You can see also the stages of the endochondral ossification. We usually say that, children are not just young adults. And this is true because compared to the relative static mature bone of the adults, we have highly variable structural and functional response differences in the immature bones that render them susceptible to different patterns of fracture and modes of healing. Recognition of this special group of children actually gave orthopedic its name, which is derived from the Greek word orthon, which means the straight, and pedion, which means in Greek child. So let's start with the anatomical differences in the pediatric skeleton. First of all is the epiphysis. At birth, each epiphysis consists of completely cartilaginous structure at the end of the long bones, and then a secondary center of ossification appears and gradually enlarges until this cartilaginous area has been almost completely replaced by bone at skeletal maturity. The second difference in the pediatric skeleton is the existence of the growth plate, or the physis. We call it also physis. The physis remains cartilaginous throughout the development, and it is essential structure, adding bone through the endochondral ossification. The primary function of the physis is this rapid longitudinal and latitudinal growth of the bone. Physis can be divided into zones according to function: the reserve zone, the proliferative zone, the maturation zone, the degenerative zone, and finally the calcification zone. It is well known that 30% of all children's fractures involve the physis, and due to the enlarged chondrocytes and the decreased volume of the matrix, these fractures usually take place at the hypertrophic zone. In this zone, we have a decreased capacity to withstand shearing, bending, and tension forces, and also to the calcification zone, as we can see here at the slide. Now, the physis is almost avascular. Its supply of oxygen and nutrients is provided by the epiphyseal vessels. Ischemia of the epiphyseal vessel due to a fracture deprives the germinal and the proliferating layers, so a longitudinal growth ceases, producing usually angular deformities to the bones and diminished growth. From the other hand, ischemia at the metaphyseal vessels has no real effect on initial chondrogenesis within the physis, but a transformation of cartilage to bone is blocked. Thus, we have a widening of the affected area, as you can see here. So metaphyseal ischemia is usually transient, and from the other hand, epiphyseal ischemia, unfortunately, is usually severe and permanent and can lead to growth disturbances. The second difference is this anatomical structure called the periphysis. This structure surrounds the physis. It contains fibrovascular tissue, undifferentiated mesenchymal tissue, differentiated epiphyseal and physeal cartilage, and we can recognize two different areas, anatomical areas: the zone of Ranvier, which is responsible for the longitudinal growth, and the rig of Lacroix, which provides a mechanical support for the physis. The metaphysis appears to have a decreased thickness of the cortical bone and increased trabecular bone. It exhibits considerable bone turnover because most of bone remodeling occurs at this metaphyseal region. The periosteum is more firmly attached at this area, and this area also does not develop extensive secondary and tertiary Haversian system until the end of the late stage of skeletal maturation. At birth, the diaphysis is comprised principally of fetal woven bone, which is characteristically has lacking of Haversian systems. This developing diaphyseal bone in a neonate or young child is extremely vascular, and it appears much less dense than the mature bone. Another anatomical difference in the pediatric skeleton, very important, is the existence of the periosteum, which comprises three tissue layers. The first one is by osteoblast, the second one by pericytes, and the third by fibroblast. The periosteum of the immature skeleton is an osteogenic tissue that has a dominant role in membranous appositional bone formation along the shaft of the bones, but also it's responsible because it controls the longitudinal growth by providing tension to the regions of the growth plate. The periosteum in the pediatric skeleton is much more thicker, more vascular, more easily stripped, more loosely attached to the diaphysis, but it attaches densely into the physeal periphery and especially at the zone of Ranvier. And it is less frequently disrupted around the entire circumference of the bone. In case of a fracture, we may have the periosteum may remain intact on the compression side of a fracture. Thus, it helps in reduction, serving as a hinge, and maintain the reduction. And this is the primary reason why these fractures of the children are more stable than in adults. The distal or metaphyseal part of the fracture may in some cases display through a rent or a buttonhole in the periosteum, thus making close reduction of fracture quite difficult. The periosteum in children exhibits very big osteogenic potential, bigger than in adults, so the callus forms much more quickly. In cases that you have a segmental loss of bone, An intact periosteal sleeve may act and provide a new bone formation and negate any need for bone grafting in order to bridge fracture gaps. The muscles and the tendons are attached directly to periosteum in the growing child rather than to the cortical bone. In adults, the periosteum is much more thinner. It's firmly adherent to the underlying cortex via the sharp-edged fibers. Only with progressive skeletal maturation, especially in the epiphysis, do these sharp-edged fibers develop. So we know also that ligament injuries and dislocation in skeletally immature children are uncommon. Childhood cruciate injuries usually are chondro-osseous failures rather than intraligamentous rupture. Here you can see on the left side of this slide, you see a fracture of the anterior tibial spine, which occurs much more frequently in children than does a true anterior cruciate ligament rupture. The bone, the pediatric bone, it's less dense, more porous than the adult. This increased porosity of the pediatric bone prevents the propagation of fracture line that is quite uncommon to see comminuted fractures in children, and it also absorbs more energy prior to fracture, and significant deformation may persist after an injury. The pediatric bone is penetrated by more vascular and Volkmann channels. It has more osteon system traversing the cortex, and it exhibits a lower modulus of elasticity, of bending strength, and mineral content. The immature bone bends to a greater extent when stressed and absorbs more energy before it breaks, so it is more plastic and less elastic than the mature bone, and fractures usually occur at lower loads compared to the bones in adult. The adult bone almost always fails in tension, whereas bone in children can fail either in tension or in compression. We have some special types of fracture in the pediatric skeleton. First of all, is the well-known green stick fracture. In this case, the bone has a lower yield stress in tension than in compression, so the bone yields first on the tension side and leaves a portion of the cortex intact on the compression side. Another type of children fracture is the plastic deformation, which usually occurs at the ulna or the fibula. In this case, microscopic failure in compression on the concavity of the bone happens, and microscopic failure in tension on the convexity also happens, but a fracture on the tension side does not propagate. And last is the well-known buccal fracture, usually seen at the junction of the metaphysis and the diaphysis. It is a failure on the tension side which propagates the fracture, and the failure on the compression side which buckles the more cortical diaphyseal bone into the more membranous metaphyseal bone. The articular cartilage is subjected primarily to compressive and shear forces, and to a lesser extent to tensile forces. The strength of cartilage increases by up to 1,000% during the course of growth, and we also have an increase of about 100% in the proportion of the collagen fibers. Remodeling is another very serious difference between the adult and the immature skeleton. Remodeling is a term which is commonly used in pediatric fracture care, implying that the child has the ability to strengthen and the residual deformity with growth. Bone is a dynamic tissue, so according to the law of Wolff's, the bones will grow or remodel in response to the forces or demands placed on it. The bone and the cartilage generally remodel in response to normal stresses of body weight, muscle actions, joint reaction forces, and also as well as control mechanism as the periosteum. So a deforming bone produces electrical current, negative on the side of a compression, which seems to stimulate the osteoblasts and calcification of bone, and positive current from the side of tension, responsible for the absorption of the bone. It is very important to have this knowledge, because we understand that perfect alignment it is not necessary in the extra-articular non-physical fractures. The highest remodeling potentials happens in areas of most growth, especially the proximal humerus, the distal part of the femur, and the distal radius. In a growing child, the process of bone remodeling in the diaphysis and in metaphysis may realign a malunited fragment, making anatomic reduction less important than in an adult. Here you can see a fracture at the midshaft of the diaphysis of a femur in children, and then you see in the middle X-ray, we see a full union of the fracture, and 6 months after the fracture, it is almost remodeled. So the potential for spontaneous complete correction is greater if the child is younger, if the fracture site is closer to the physis, and there is a relative alignment of the angulation in a normal plane of motion of the joint. Unfortunately, rotational deformities and intra-articular fractures usually do not correct spontaneously. So, as a home message, in the question how the immature bone differs, we could say that they are more porous, more vascular, they have thicker and stronger periosteum, they have the presence of the physis, they exhibit a lower Young's modulus, they fail in tension or in compression, comminuted fractures are less common as lower energy, the bone usually fails before the soft tissues, they heal quicker as more vascular, and delayed union and non-union rarely occur at the pediatric skeleton. And I would like to remind to the physician that children should be treated as patients and not just as customers. And they require care and not just management. Thank you very much.
Naj gre za dolgo ali kratko pot. Zdaj lahko poskrbim za svojo družino, ker moje gorivo poskrbi za moj avto. Izboljšani dodatki v gorivih MOREL učinkovito zmanjšujejo obloge in tako čistijo motor. Z novo generacijo goriv MOREL Evo poskrbite za motor vašega vozila.
And the last, the ultimate speech, it is concerned about the common sports-related upper and lower extremity fractures in children. Dr. Savas Giacomakis is an orthopedic surgeon.
So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Dobar dan. Thank you very much for your invitation. It's my pleasure to be in Slovenia. Slovenia and Croatia are reminding my childhood in Germany. I was growing up there. And next to me was a girl from Croatia. Her name was Bozica Ivanisevic. She was really my best friend during my time in Germany. Something about me. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I'm working in a hospital, in a general pediatric hospital in Patras. Patras is a city in western Greece, about 2,000 kilometers away from here. I came here by car. It was really a nice tour, and I'm taken away by the landscape of Slovenia. We are a small hospital, but during this presentation I will try to give you some messages how we deal with these most common fractures that we see in childhood. And the highlights of my presentation will be the supracondylar humeral fractures, one of the most common fractures. You have to be aware about it. The diaphyseal long bone fractures, and especially the femur fracture, and of course the most common fractures in childhood, the forearm fractures. Let's go with the supracondylar humerus fractures. I will try to give you messages, and this is the purpose of our presentation. I'm not a university teacher, but I will try to approach empirically something that I see every day in my practice in the hospital. Supracondylar humerus fractures are the most common fractures in children under 7 years old. They are really the 50% of all fractures in children. We are looking during the days and nights in a hospital, we see about 5 fractures per week, supracondylar fractures, and many of them are going to undergo a surgical procedure. The supracondylar fractures are frequent among boys, and of course the mechanism of injury is falling during skating, cycling, athletics and dancing. And as I said before, the most common fracture which leads a child in the operating room is a supracondylar fracture. Gartland was the first one who tried to classify the supracondylar fractures. You can see here the classification, and we use it every day in the practice to deal with them, with the fractures, and to try to have the optimal management of that fractures. Type 1 is a non-displaced fracture of the supracondylar area. Type 2 is a fracture that is angulated with an intact posterior cortex. Type 3 is completely displaced, but as you can see in the picture, the fragment parts are touching each other. And this is the difference between type 3 and type 4 fracture supracondylar, where the parts of the fragments are not touching each other. It's an unstable fracture, and the most common clinical manifestation of a child coming with that kind of fracture is a hand in extension, and he's holding after below the elbow. I like to be interactive with you. As you can see in these pictures, I think many of you recognize that in the middle is a type 3, and in the right side is a type 4 supracondylar fracture. If you go out of this room, something that you have to remind is that about 20% of all that supracondylar fractures are and has a branchial injury that you have to recognize, because orthopedic has blood, has pain, but it is not so emergent as other medical specialties. But this injury, the branchial artery, can be an emergency case, and you have to note it to recognize it. Don't forget that 20% of the injured children has a branchial artery injury. It can be a spasm, it can be a rupture and an occlusion as well. So, if you see a child with a supracondylar fracture, don't forget to take your fingers on the radial pulse area and the branchial arteriopelia and look at the hand. Okay, if it is pale, if it is pink, if it has a pulse, if it hasn't a pulse. And of course, you have to take in account in recognition that if a hand is pale and it hasn't a pulse that you can recognize with a Doppler apparatus, this is really an emergency. What is the therapy of a supracondylar fracture? Close reduction. And of course, close reduction under general anesthesia, and percutaneous pinning is the surgical treatment of choice nowadays if the indication is that it is a surgical supracondylar fracture. New facts in the surgical treatment: close reduction steps, you know everything, axial correction, correction in the coronal plane, valgus-valgus stress, correction of the rotation deformities, if it is supine, if it is in supination or in pronation, correction in the sagittal plane, you have to flex over 110 degrees so that you have a very good reduction. And following the newest guidelines, they say that use of 2 key wires for type 2 is the best solution, and use of 3 key wires for type 3 is of course the best solution to treat it surgically. Use almost the lateral approach, of course, because in the medial approach there is the medial nerve, and use 1 key wire from the medial approach when the medial column is comminuted and has to become stable. Of course, if you see that biomechanically, the cross-linked pinning of the key wires is a better stabilization method, but it has always this kind of danger to get traumatized the medial nerve. The best sign to see it, say the child to give you the O sign. If a child after the surgical procedure or before the surgical procedure isn't able to give you this O sign, and especially this movement, something is going on with the interosseous anterior nerve. If the hand appears pale and pulses, we say that already postoperatively remove the hardware and try again the reduction instead of new wires from the beginning. Something about the open reduction. Is open reduction and restoration of the supracondylar humor a rationalized method Suzuka treated? I didn't see never, almost never, such a kind open reduction. Open reduction in the bibliography is indicated when the fracture is open, when the closed reduction is unsuccessful, and of course if we have an entrapment of the branchial artery. The second common fracture, sport-related fracture, is the femoral shaft fractures, often appears as a consequence of a high-energy sports injury. Football, body check, martial arts, karting, motorcycling, cycling, and so on are the mechanism of injury. It is more, it appears more often between males than females. And of course, if you have a picture of a diaphyseal fracture, don't hesitate to take in account the possibility of intrafamilial violence, even if a child has a fracture in the clavicle, in the ribs. If he has many ecchymosis all over the body, but a fracture in the femur, and especially in the diaphysis in the femur, if it is transverse, don't hesitate to take in account that it could be an intrafamilial violence. The practice, what we do when we see something that it could be an intrafamilial violence, is to take the phone and to take the persecutor at once. Types of femoral shaft fractures. As you can see in the picture, the fracture can be oblique, again spiral, comminuted, transverse, lengthless stable, and lengthless unstable. And of course, the clinical manifestation includes pain, disability of bearing weight, irritation, anxiety. Signs of hypovolemic shock can be more easy appears in a child than in an adult. Edema in the mid-femur, deformities. You can see a leg that is about 90 degrees flexed, or less than it, of course. A hematoma, and very rare, a compartment syndrome. How to manage? What we do is, there are many guidelines. What we do is that we take in account the age of that child. If a child is between under 5 years old, the main type and technique that we use to treat such a fracture is, of course, the spica and the traction. If a child is older than 5 years old and less than 10 years old, and if he has really a shape of a child and not of adult, then we use the so-called intermedullary flexible nails. And the diameter of the nails that we use are almost about 40% of the diameter of the isthmus of the neural point of the femur. It's very useful if you prevent nails and the tip of the nail to decrease the possibility of iatrogenic femur fracture and to increase the possibility of optimal fracture stabilization. And that we use in everyday practice is that we have an absolute indication to do intermedullary nailing with flexible nails, of course. If the age of the child who has the trauma is more than 5 years, it's less than 50 kilos, and if the type of the fracture is a stable length fracture, for example, the transverse fracture. And these are depictions of this kind of intermedullary flexible nailing in child. And of course, the most common fractures in all society between the children are the forearm fractures. You can see it. It is terrible when you see a child coming in the emergency department who has a upper extremity like a dinner fork. And that's why I would show you at once this kind of dinner fork deformity. This is a child that came with a forearm fracture after falling and after contacting it during a football game or a basketball game. It came in the emergency department. It's very, very stressful for the child, but for the parents as well, when you see a hand like this one. And of course, don't forget, if you see some fractures, that it can be a type of a multi-trauma. Okay, and that's why you have to take a medical history, always ask about signs and symptoms, if there are allergies or not, what are the medications if it takes the child, the past history, and of course don't forget to ask when he eat something for last time. AVPU, the child must be alert, and of course something that we use to estimate the neurological status of a child is the pediatric Glasgow Coma Scale that is in internet, and you can read it and look through it. Physical examination is very, very important. You have to recognize if a trauma is open or closed. Inspections. This is a kind of physical examination. If you want to have a really good signs of what happened in a child, look at it. Okay, smell it, ask it, touch it, inspections. And the most common classification that we use for the open fractures is, of course, the Gustillo-Anderson classification. I can tell you that more than 90% of all fractures in children are type 1 open fractures. What means type 1? Type 1 means that it is a small wound, less than 1 centimeter, usually clean, no soft tissue damage, and no skin crushing. And of course, it can be a low energy fracture or even a high energy fracture. Okay, it's very important, and that is what we use in the clinic, in the practice. If a child came to us with an open fracture, open type 1, of course, it has to be admitted in the hospital, and he takes intravenously antibiotic like cephalosporin, second generation, and of course, cefuroxime, for example. If it is a little bit older, dalacin, clindamycin, and of course, you have to take in account, if it is open, that it must be protected against Clostridium tetani. Physical examination, as I told you, is very important. Palpation in the radial pulse, in branchial arterial pulse area is very important. So you can't miss a developing compartment syndrome. And the final stage of this, which is the ischemia of Volkmann, that is very important. It can be leading that a child lost his arm. The 3 A's that you have to take in account is the 3 A's of compartment syndrome in children is a child that looks very anxious, is anxiety, agitation, increasing analgesia. He wants every time something that paracetamol, every time more and more. And of course, the 5 P's of a compartment syndrome that we see in adults: P for pain, pallor, paresthesia, paralysis, and of course for pulselessness, which is the last symptom of a leading compartment syndrome. Of course, you have to take in account that a pediatric orthopedic injury has to be treated by a pediatric orthopedic surgeon. It is very difficult for somebody who hasn't the experience with children even to look at the X-rays. The X-rays of an elbow of a child's elbow is very, very different, and you have to take in account all these details that makes the elbow of the children different. After a close reduction, as Professor Anastasopoulos told us, we have an ankle, a very good ankle during the childhood. And of course, this ankle is bone remodeling. Everything about bone remodeling was already talking to you. And of course, the parameters you have to take in account if you want to say somebody that the reduction is correct and is acceptable. These are angulation, rotation, and of course, shortening. As you can see, in a child more than 11 years old, if you have a shortening more than 1 centimeter, 10 millimeters, it has to be corrected. And a good ratio that we use is the cast index ratio. If you apply the cast, you can take the diameters in a profile in a profile, in a front view, and you can see that this deviation between profile number and face number has to be less than 0.7 to 0.8. If it is more than 0.7 or 0.8, you have a possibility more than 80% to less even the good reduction you did. And something that is new, and we use it, we research of it, there are many fractures between children that are low energy fractures. Low energy fractures is called an energy, a fracture that if you give somebody a handshake, for example, or you have a little contact with him, his hand gets broken. There are many studies that try to prove that if a child has a level of vitamin D less than the normal, it is more sensible and more sensible to fractures. And many studies try to prove that the vitamin D level of a child that has a low energy fracture has the level of a child that has a chronic renal kidney disease. And many of them have a level less than 20 international units, and of course they have to be corrected, this level. And the protocol that we use is about 200 international units if the level is between 20 and 30 of vitamin D, which is a fat-soluble vitamin. If the level of vitamin D is between 10 and 19, we give about 5,000 international units for 6 months. And of course, if the vitamin D level is less than 10, we give the advice that he has to visit a pedoendocrinologist. Okay, I'm a Greek. Everybody knows Hippocrates. Hippocrates told us that preventing is better than treating. So the community, the pediatric community, came to the depicted recommendations that if you want to have a child that has the possibility, less possibility to have an injury, and especially a fracture, please follow these ages. If you want a child to play football, ping pong or swimming, it has to be more than 6 years old. If you want to take part in a basketball game, in a volleyball, handball, tennis, and so on, it has to be more than 8 years. If he likes to snowboarding, judo, canoe, and cycling, it has to be more than 10 years. And of course, if it wants to be an Arnold Schwarzenegger, bodybuilding is allowed in an age more than 15 years old. And coming to this end, I want to invite you as well to visit our beautiful Greece and to take part of this Sports Medicine World Congress, and of course to have an idea what means Greek philosophy and Greek hospitality. Thank you.
Any questions for the round table? Okay, thank you.
In athletes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Good afternoon. It's always a pleasure to be in beautiful Portorož. I will talk about innovative therapies in muscle injuries in athletes. Just a short introduction, my references. I work as a football doctor for 20 years. My club is the Maribor Football Club, which is the best club, maybe you don't know, but this is the best club in Slovenia. We participated 3 times in Champions League in last years and 3 times in Europe League, so we are not so bad. And we are even better than Olympia from Ljubljana. And I also work for a Slovenia national team since 2009, and as you can see, I have a lot of experiences with football players, of course. And I also work with Olympic athletes It was a pleasure to be in London 2012 and in Rio 2016, and I'm looking forward for Tokyo 2020. And I also run the FIFA Medical Center of Excellency in Maribor. So I have quite some experience with professional athletes, especially with football players. Here is one, you're all familiar with muscle injuries in professional sport. And here is one typical example. Here is the run at the World Championship in athletics. And actually this is the last run of the most famous athlete, sprinter in the world, Usain Bolt. And you will see in a few seconds that in the last 100 meters of his career, there was a muscle injury, hamstring injury actually, and he ended his career with muscle injury. Of course, we have typical situations also in professional football. Here's one of such examples: typical non-contact injury, immediate pain, and after that, end of the game, of course. So the question for me is, the first question, the most important question is, are the muscle injuries important in professional football? And here is the answer. In my team I have 25 to 28 players, and as you can see from this slide, we can expect somewhere around 50 to 60 injuries every year. And among them, 20 to 30 muscle injuries. Even more, here are the 10 most common injuries in elite European football, and as you can see, number 1, hamstring injuries, number 2, adductor injuries, number 4, quadriceps injury, and number 5, calf muscle injuries. So the muscle injuries are very important. And in contrary with the ligament injuries, as you can see from this slide, they are declining. The number of them is getting lower and lower in professional footballs due to preventive measures. But in contrary, muscle injuries are increasing, and annual change is around 3%. So we have big troubles with muscle injuries in professional football. As a football doctor, here is the first talk after a muscle injury of the player is of course with the coach, with the manager, and the question is, when can he play? And the answer is not 15 days, but somewhere between 1 week and 6 months. I don't know at the beginning. And even more, those injuries are very, very costly. You can see from this slide, this is the average cost for the 1 month absence of the professional football players in Champions Leagues is around 500,000 euros. So quite a lot, not so much in Maribor, in Olympia, but very, very costly. So I can say that muscle injuries are very important. They are most common sports injuries. The rehabilitation is quite long. And what is very important, the re-injury rate is somewhere between 12 and 31%. In professional football, in the elite level, is around 23%. So very, very high. What is actually going on after injury? The first step is the releasing of so-called growth factors, fibroblasts, cytokines, formation of satellite cells, and after activation, the formation of so-called myoblasts. And after that, there are 2 biological processes going on at the same time. The first one is differentiation and formation of myocytes, and with fusion we are getting myofibers. That is what we want actually. But at the same time, there is another biological process going on. This is transformation. And after that, especially with persistent exposure of inflammation, we are getting myofibroblasts, and with accumulation, we are getting fibrotic tissue. So we don't want that at all, because the danger of the re-rupture is much, much higher. But there are also some biological agencies regulating those processes, like TGF-beta and myostatin, which are promoting scare formation and declining fusion and formation of myofibers. What are we doing after such an injury? Of course, we are inspections with, we are checking muscle contours, muscle retraction, swelling, hematoma, atrophy. We are You are all aware of that. And after that, we are starting with diagnostic procedures. We have many options, as you all know, from GPS, guide analysis, isokinetic, ultrasound, and MRI at the end. But it is very important that after all those investigations, we are getting very, very low quality of data about the muscle function. We are getting data about muscle morphology, but what about muscle function? Not enough. In last years we are using quite a lot of TMG. I won't go into the details, but this is the examination after which we can provide data about the function of the muscle. This is very important, especially in the phase of rehabilitation. Here are some typical images after injury, rupture of the biceps femoris, and it is very important if you are talking about the structural tear or just functional tear. Another step, complete muscle tear, as you can see from this slide. And here we are, we have a muscle injury, and the next question is what to do. We have golden standards, so-called rise, rest, ice, compression, elevation, but is it enough? After this kind of treatment in professional football club, just to remind you, we have around 25% of re-rupture. So this is not, we don't have the therapy we want, actually. There are several strategies proposed to improve muscle regeneration and repair after injury, starting from growth factors, stem cells, scaffolds, antifibrotic therapy, and mechanical stimuli, and so on and so on. So a lot of different options, but can we trust those strategies? Do we have enough data to recommend that to the professional athletes? What do we actually want from PRP, for example, or stem cells in muscle injuries? Of course, to shorten the recovery period, this is very important, to restore the function to pre-injury level, to prevent scare formation, and to minimize the recurrent injury risk. This is the most important thing, I think, in my opinion. What about PRP? Here we have muscle rupture, and on the left side you can see the normal PRP in the phase of rest, and on the right side you can see PRP in the phase of activation and releasing of the so-called growth factors. I won't go into the details, but many studies has been performed after studying PRP in muscle injuries, especially in vitro studies and animal studies, with very good result, actually excellent results. And this is the slide from our own study. As you can see, control group with TGF-beta antagonist, and different percentage of PRP. And here is the control group, and group with 20% PRP. You can see the proliferation of the muscle cells is significantly higher. So the results are excellent. But what about the human trials? As you can see from this slide, we have just several studies published in the literature with very, very different results. Here is the study of the Dutch group with no result at all, so PRP or without PRP, the same results. And this is the Malaysian group, very good result with PRP. Who can we trust? I don't know. But if we go all together, I can easily say that we don't have enough data to propose PRP as a standard treatment in muscle injuries. Of course, there are research limitations. I won't go into the details, but there are many, many of them. But I can say that not enough players, not enough injuries, and many other things which are important. Just to mention dosage and biology, of course it's not the same if you are using the same biological agents in rat or in human. In the case of with BMP, you can see the huge difference regarding dosage and healing time among rat, for example, rabbit, and human. So we have very, very big differences. What about stem cells? Of course, you know that they have ability of multiplication and pluripotency. I won't go into the details about the mechanism of working, and there are several pathways to get stem cells from iliac crest, distal femur, proximal humerus, tibia, and so on. And the morphology of the stem cells taken from the bone marrow, umbilical cord, and adipose tissue is approximately the same. Here is one slide from our OR. We are taking stem cells not for muscle injury, but for another reason. And it's not very demanding. It's actually quite easy. But can we recommend stem cells for muscle injuries? Once more, we have many studies in vitro and in animal models, but very, very few studies in human. Actually, we have just a preliminary study, and I can say, if I checked this today, this morning, no clinical trials regarding professional sportsmen stem cells for muscle injuries. So there are, of course, another questions to be answered before using that. Do stem cells have a tumorigenic effect? What is the mechanism? Is coming with a greater therapeutic effect greater risk? What about dosage? What about concentration, timing, protocols? We don't have answers to any of those to those questions. I'm finishing slowly just to mention scaffolds, mechanical stimulation, antifibrotic therapy, which is especially interesting also in our laboratory. But still, we have studies in vitro, animal models. We don't have clinical trials, especially not in professional sportsmen. So, if you ask me, is it advisable to use just standard procedure RICE, or stem cells, or PRP, or scaffolds, and mechanical stimulation, antifibrotic therapy, growth factors? I don't know. If I'm going to Barcelona because we have some cooperations day after tomorrow, and I can say that the answer to Mrs. question is RICE plus quality, physical therapy plus time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Are there any questions? I would like to ask something. Matthias, please. Yes. We talk about this TMG, and there's a little problem with it, with this way of testing, because you don't really test muscle in function, I think. So I would like to hear your opinion about that and how important this special test is for you, please.
Yes, we are aware of that, and this is a serious limitation. We do use this test, of course, in the phase of rest after the injury. Actually, we perform that TMG examination before the season with every player, and after the injury, we have the data before the injury and after the injury. So we can say that how serious the injury is, and we can follow up the rehabilitation protocol, and we can follow the function, the recovery of the function of the muscle. So it is our goal to start with the maximal training after restoring of the function of the muscle in at least 90%. So this is our goal. We are using that for that purpose, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Matthias. Next speaker, Dr. Carmont, is missing, unfortunately, due to unexpected situation. So I will introduce next speaker, Dr. Edward Celon. He will talk about load resistant training with blood flow restriction in musculoskeletal rehabilitation. Please.
Anybody know who CCB is? So while we wait, I thought that last talk was fascinating. So I'm a radiologist, and I don't do PRP injections, although I think I'll start. I seem to get away with it, though, by doing a lot of autologous blood injections, because it's a lot cheaper, and it seems to be nearly as good. And I love seeing that video that was played at the beginning of what's his name? Usain Bolt. That's the guy, the fast man, Usain Bolt. I was on the side of the track that day doing sort of pitch side stuff and ultrasound services. And that was the last day of the championships, wasn't it? It was the very last day. I thought, brilliant, I'm going to see the superstar now. He's going to come straight in. And, you know, I've seen all the sort of the low fire athletes. Now I've got the hero. And he just stormed straight past the medical tent. Because that was his last competitive day, wasn't it, as an athlete? So he didn't care about being treated. He just wanted to go. So we were very disappointed, actually, that day. Missed our moment. Second from the bottom. Thanks. So what I'm going to talk to you about for about 10 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes, has very little to do with my sort of day job, which is radiology, and quite a lot to do with my sort of B job, which is as a military physician, essentially. I do mostly radiology and a little bit of sports stuff and on the side. But what I'm really interested in is getting our soldiers back to sort of their occupational level of fitness, really. So it's not a big difference, really, from my C job, which is a rugby doctor, where, again, we're just trying to get guys onto the pitch. There is some difference. So in rugby, we want people, we want to get people back quickly. We're not quite under the same sort of pressures as I think the last speaker is under with football, but we want to get people back within a couple of weeks. With the army, we're looking slightly longer term. We want to get people back, but we want them to be healthy, not just for a season, but for the rest of their career. So there's a slightly different emphasis from an occupational point of view. And essentially what we're talking about is strength. It's all very functional. So muscle strength and conditioning. And we all know that strength is the underpinning factor, really, in musculoskeletal rehab. And with the sort of injuries that we see of the lower limb, we put a lot of time and effort into the lower limb rehabilitation pathways. And we have an inpatient school that people turn up to, and they stay with us for 3 weeks. And for the 3 weeks, they're very, very busy with educational classes, with aerobic and resistance training classes. And we get them back to, the system works well. The bit that doesn't work very well is when a soldier comes in who maybe he's had an orthopedic surgery, or he's had a lower limb injury, and there's a sort of fear of pain, fear of re-injury, and there's something that's holding him back, and he's just unwilling to, or unable to tolerate the high loads that are required to really achieve those levels of muscle hypertrophy that are required in this situation. And that's the problem. So, strength and conditioning is all fine, but you do have to really load up. And if you're not willing to load up, or you can't load up, then we have an issue. So that's where BFR comes in, and that stands for blood flow restriction. And I'm going to call it LIBFR, low intensity blood flow restriction. And it's a tool that I'm really keen to bring in, or a few of us are really keen to introduce into this military environment. So I know it's starting to be used in a few football clubs in the UK, but it's not really current practice. And I'd love to know if any of you guys are using this and how you do it. A lot of different techniques out there. So what we've been looking at is trying to standardize the technique and make it just applicable to this real world situation where, we haven't got endless resources, and we can, supervise people to the right degree and do this safely, really. But essentially what we're talking about is a balance between the use of the sort of loads required to induce the morphological changes that we want, balanced with the risk of soft tissue damage and mechanical stress. And that's what we're balancing. So what is blood flow resistance, restriction exercise? Well, it's an emerging technique. Actually, it's been around for ages. The Japanese have been using it not in rehabilitation, but in sort of bodybuilding typically on the biceps, tying tight elastic bands north of their biceps and lifting weights, and it seems to work for them. But we want to take that research and put it in the real clinical setting. And there's not a huge amount of literature out there. But what it involves is lifting a weight at a low intensity, a lower weight, with the application of a inflated cuff or tourniquet proximal to the exercising muscle. And we can get away with 20, 30, 40% of the one resistance maximum and achieve, we think, similar sort of results to normal resistance training with 70% RM, 1 RM minimum. And there seem to be further effects that are helpful for us as well, effects beyond, more proximal to the cuff. So we know that there are some systemic processes at play, and we also know that there's some aerobic processes at play, but these are a little bit less easy to describe. So this is how it works. So the biceps example. So blood flow restriction applied with a cuff north of the exercising muscle. And it's the blood pooling combined with the exercising stimulus that's thought to be responsible for the secretion of endogenous anabolic hormones. And that's the sort of the end result of the pathway that leads to muscle swelling, muscle hypertrophy, muscle strength. But essentially there's a myriad of local and systemic pathways that are, to be fair, incompletely understood. And that's really where the work is now. But the underpinning factor is this venous pooling. And there's the venous pooling that seems to stimulate the release of these endogenous hormones, anabolic hormones. And coupled with the hypoxic environment that we see, there's this hypertrophic response. And it's not just in resistance training, as I mentioned. There's a very well-described pathway that will take somebody from post-limb immobilizing surgery, so somebody who's had a hip operation, in the example, who's lying in bed immobilized, and with a blood pressure cuff applied, essentially, providing 60% occlusion or 60% of their maximal arterial occlusion, and they're just at rest. But we know that even by putting that tourniquet on, there's some muscle swelling and some functional improvements. Now, that muscle swelling seems to persist beyond the removal of the tourniquet. And it's due to fluid shifts, I think. I think it's the underlying factor, really. And then phase 2, the aerobic phase, so the patient then gets up, starts walking around, and then slow running. And it's known that walking with BFR as little as 2 times a week is enough to stimulate these sorts of muscle hypertrophic changes. And it's likely that due to increases in fluid shifts, coupled with the accumulation of metabolites in that exercising muscle, somehow stimulates these hypertrophic responses. And then if you up the ante a little bit and apply bigger weights, do resistance training, you're creating a more hypoxic environment, more stress, more metabolite accumulation, and better results. So as I said at the beginning, this all sounds great, doesn't it? But there's not much in the literature, and there certainly isn't much of value, much that's really helpful if you're designing your own scheme in your football club, for example. There's not much sort of useful randomized data on clinical patients. There are a few smaller trials on clinical patients. There was one group that showed some improvements, actually in quite quick time, just 8 weeks in that first example, with patellofemoral pain syndrome. They didn't measure muscle size, but they did show symptomatic improvements. The second example is quite good, a 2-week program, and that produced from this orthopedic group actually sort of quite good increases in strength and muscle size in their post-arthroscopy knee patients. So we're looking at something that's going to help us over a 3-week inpatient pathway. So that's a pretty good model. But a lot of the work we had to sort of figure out ourselves, really. So the trial that we did a little while ago was to compare to a randomized controlled trial and compare 2 groups, essentially a 2-by-2 factorial design, and try and establish whether this LIBFR program is a useful adjunct. Now, no one's saying that this is going to replace resistance training. Unfortunately, I still have to lift that heavy weight, or try to, but it's helpful in those as an adjunct in those situations that we do come across quite often. And secondly, we wanted to work out, is this feasible? It's all very well in the literature, but is this the sort of thing that we can actually do at our club, or in our particular case, in the military rehab setting? Is it safe? Do people like it, essentially? So this is the shape of our design. And so essentially we randomized people into two groups, two parallel randomized groups. And both groups underwent essentially, apart from the LIBFR, underwent otherwise the very, very similar, in fact, identical training for 15 days spread over 3 weeks. So identical training, okay, apart from these two boxes at the bottom. Do I have a mouse here? Yes, I do. So the LIBFR group here and the conventional group here. That's the only thing that separates the two groups, okay? So our pre and post outcome measures are these ones at the bottom left. So we had some strength outcomes with leg press and knee extension tests. We chucked in some functional tests with a Y balance agility test, endurance, Y balance test and figure eight agility test, also a multi-stage locomotion test, walk test for endurance. We measured isometric hip extension, and we pulled out the MRI scanner and measured quadriceps and thigh, full thigh, cross-sectional area and volume. Okay. Typically done just with ultrasound, actually. So, pilot feasibility study. So all the patients received these sort of same 15 days of training, and that included balance, flexibility, aerobic classes, supplementing. It's a very, very busy 3-week rehab protocol. The other decision we had to make was how much blood flow restriction were we going to apply, and how long for. So we went for quite a conservative approach, and we applied the cuff at 60% of the occlusion pressure. So some people have tried more, but you increase the chance of complications and pain over 60%. And we think that over sort of 2 or 3 weeks, you can get improvements with that sort of baseline of 60% occlusion. So you measure what pressure is required to occlude an artery, and then you find out what 6% of that is, and then you set that on both legs, and then you keep measuring that every single day. But in practice, it doesn't change over 3 weeks, so you just need to do it on day one. And then we set the exercises at quite a low rate, so 30% 1 RM. So we wanted to really prioritize feasibility, safety, and sort of acceptability, really. And it's not exactly intense. So it's 8 minutes BFR per session, and it's 2 sessions, in a 5-hour interval. So you can imagine if you weren't doing other stuff around it, it would be quite easy. So fairly small study, and the baseline data was fine. There were no statistical significance between each group, so we had normality of variance and homogeneity and stuff. There were, in some ways, the functional data was separated the two groups. That was unfortunate, a product of a small study, I suppose. Didn't seem to matter, though. And then our results. So does that work? Okay, so the muscle strength results. So I think this is quite interesting. So you got the leg press at the top, knee extension, and then isometric hip extension. And then the black bits are the BFR group, and the white bits are the conventional training groups. And at 3 weeks, both groups essentially had significantly increased their mean leg press, knee extension in the affected limb. So that's great. And the effect size ranged from medium to large. Great. And there was positive change also observed in the mean isometric hip extension down here, which is a little bit harder to understand, because remember, that's the glutes, that's proximal to the cuff. Okay, but we'll come back to that. And there was no real change in the conventional group. Okay, so no significant between-group differences, but that's okay. We found a technique that seems to be feasible, and acceptable, that is equally efficacious for both groups. So that's a good result for us in terms of strength. And then, so what about muscle volume? So at 3 weeks here, both groups had increased their quadriceps and thigh, cross-sectional area and volume in the injured limb, and the effect sizes for these were both large, so that's great. What's even better is there was significantly greater increase in the quadriceps volume in the BFR group compared to the conventional group. Okay, so this is 7% increase in quadriceps CSA, cross-sectional area, and 8% increase in volume. in that group over 3 weeks. So it's a very, very short program. Okay, so this represents pretty significant hypertrophic adaptation in a sort of fairly short term, lower limb MSK injured patients. Okay. The next thing, so the functional tests. So at this stage, at 3 weeks, there were, again, significant and large improvements in the multi-stage locomotion test, distance covered after treatment. And you can see that at the top here, compared to pretty little result really in the baseline, in the conventional training group. So that was a significant difference. And this favorable adaptation may have been due to local intramuscular vascular networks caused by that venous constriction, although we didn't look at the mechanisms. That's our next stage. So now we're doing the harder job, which is looking at the underlying pathways. But essentially, the BFR group demonstrated significant and large improvement in that, and also the Y balance test at the bottom. Again, difficult to explain really, except it's probably because the glutes related to the isometric hip extension improvements that I showed you before. Why is that? You know, it's north, it's the wrong side of the tourniquet. But actually it's in line with all the research that we've seen up to this point, which is that there are some systemic responses. And actually I think what happened is there was early tiring of the hamstrings and early recruitment of the glutes. So pre-fatiguing of muscles distal to the tourniquet, having an effect proximal to the tourniquet. And what other researchers have shown is increased EMG demonstrated activation of type 2 muscle fibers, and that's something that you typically see with this response, related to, again, that anabolic pathway that I was telling you about at the beginning. Okay, so is it something that we can sort of roll out a bit? Well, it was painful. A bit, quite painful. So we used the visual analog scale, and we showed there was mild to moderate pain, quite short-lived pain, by tying this tourniquet around the thigh. Pain during the procedure, but it didn't prolong. You know, it wasn't there before, it wasn't there afterwards. And over time, it did get better. So there was a learning, associated with it. So this didn't put us off, actually, and nobody backed out of the study, importantly, either. The other thing to say is you can see in that picture, it's a 5 centimeter wide cuff. That's the widest cuff you'll see in the literature used. It's the most comfortable. It's a long way away from the tight elastic bands used in the 80s in the Japanese weightlifters. So actually not terribly uncomfortable, but a little bit uncomfortable. So in summary, so large and significant changes in muscle hypertrophy, strength, and functional capacity demonstrated in the BFR group at about the same level, frankly, as the conventional group, although slightly better in the muscle hypertrophy category. But these improvements are pretty comparable across the patient group. It was a very heterogeneous patient group. It didn't seem to matter which injury it was, what the baseline factors were. None of the demographic stuff made a difference. It just didn't seem to make much difference whether you're lifting at 70% of your 1RM or 30% of your 1RM with a tight tourniquet. So we think it's safe, we think it's feasible, we think it's acceptable within this setting. It's very well, it's quite labor intensive. You've got to supervise these people quite carefully, which is why maybe in the professional soccer environment it's quite attractive, in the military environment it's quite attractive. I can't see it being rolled out in our NHS setting so quickly. It is quite labor intensive and quite expensive, but there's an answer there, a very real answer to a very real problem, and that's quite helpful. So what's next? A full-scale RCT, of course, and to try and work out what on earth's going on from a biochemical point of view. And of course, lots of people involved, lots of people to thank, and thank you, finally, for your attention.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. Are there any questions?
Okay, it's a good question. It was only 2 days afterwards. We were very restricted by not wanting to change anything about the pathway that we already had in place. So on day 13, I think it was day 13, they had their final sort of exercise training, and then we had to sort of persuade them to hang around after 2 days of education for their MRI scan. In fact, we had one person backed out from this. I said no one backed out. One person backed out, and it was just purely he couldn't be bothered to hang around for his MRI scan. That was it. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Ah. Well, I don't think so. I mean, I think it was, I don't think, I mean, 2 days after the cuff was last worn, you know, clearly no venous pooling. Previous research has shown that it takes about 3 minutes for the effect of that, the fluid shift to resettle. So I don't think so. I think the way that it's the other data, the strength data and the functional data sort of all fits together quite neatly. But, you know, I don't fully understand, nor does anyone really, some of the mechanisms at play here. One of the sort of logistical study problems we had, it was with the MRI scanner. So most of this research is Japanese, where slightly shorter patients, and it's far easier to scan the full thigh in one go in a shorter patient. And we had some quite tall soldiers, and it was very difficult to stitch together the images and measure very accurately the volumes. But it's doable. It's doable. It takes a bit of figuring out, though. Anything else?
One more.
Yeah. So again, good question. So it was all about just controlling patient safety, really. So doing knee extension, leg press on a machine with the cuffs on just felt much safer than. So the other group, the conventional training, they were doing much more sort of open chain things. There were squats, lunges, those sort of things. So there may be a difference there. But again, we were just trying to make it very, very relevant to our needs. We didn't want to change the conventional program at all, but we just wanted to know that we could run something that would achieve similar results without changing too much. Yeah. Mm. Mm. So you're saying the conventional training wasn't hypertrophic changing? Well, they were also lifting weights at 70% of their 1RM, but of course they were filtering. They had somebody who was, an instructor with them who was adding weights, at every opportunity.
So I suppose it didn't go to the maximum repetition number in the set.
Mm.
So the rest between the sets was too long.
Mm.
Hypertrophic training. So this is not typical.
Mm. Well, I think a lot of this will come out in the wash when we sort of repeat the trial and try and with greater numbers and maybe greater reproducibility between the groups. Hopefully some of that will settle out. But I think what this has done is it's shown us that we can do a bit more. We can try a bit harder. I mean, it's something that probably gives other groups the permission to have a go, and knowing it can be done safely, really. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So let's go to the next speaker with the title Evidence-Based Use of PRP in Sports Medicine. I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Gruber aus Österreich, from Austria. Thank you very much.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear chairman. Thanks for the invitation to speak here. I want to give you a short overview about PRP use So back to PRP. As I'm a frequent user and I'm kind of convinced of using PRP in some indications, I have some conflict of interests as I'm a consultant for Artrex and Johnson & Johnson, who provide the most frequent used application forms of PRP at the moment. That's why I try to be especially cautious when I give my recommendations for indications based on the literature I want to provide to you. Maybe a little overcautious, but we can discuss about that. So PRP, platelet-rich plasma, or maybe also called autologous conditioned plasma, is something that is not new. It has been used for several years now, I would say about 2 decades already. First in the US, and it's swapped to Europe some years ago. As you all know, and I don't want to go into chemistry too much or biochemistry too much, the thrombocytes hold a high content of growth factors and cytokines, which have different effects on our body, especially as far as wound healing or repair mechanism in soft tissues, cartilage, bone, or tendons are concerned. So these activations of platelets further release chemotactic and tissue factors that may lead to regeneration in some kind of way. Healing through messengers, that's what you heard already. Here are examples of different growth factors that are activated by platelets. Here a small kind of overview, and this is what makes this therapy somehow dangerous in terms of doping considerations. You all know that PRP therapy was banned in 2010 by the WADA, and it was removed from the banned list in 2011. Still, there exist considerations about intramuscular injections leading to enhanced growth factors that can be detected systemically. There are some publications in PubMed that show that some growth factors, especially EGF, might rise up to 10-fold shortly after those injections, who normally only lead to enhanced tissue repair, but if you can show this in the blood, it might be dangerous for the athlete you treat. Still, it's not on the banned list anymore. Individual variances, that's very important because we all are not in the same shape every day, every year, and our thrombocytes are not either. Also, thrombocytes can be harmed by pathologies, as you all know, and this harms the function of the platelets and, of course, the functioning of the therapy itself. There are, of course, also inter-individual variances like age, sex dependent, number dependent, lifespan dependent, lifespan of the thrombocytes, of course, dependent. Composition and, of course, bone marrow diseases might lead to decreased functional ability of thrombocytes. What are thrombocytopenia and pathy? You know, different syndromes, hematologic diseases, or alloimmune diseases that can lead to thrombocytes that are not normal and don't provide the prerequisites for optimal PRP therapy. Also allergic, toxic, post-infectious situations and some pills or some stuff that we add can harm thrombocyte function. Drug-induced disorders may happen too, especially COX-1 and COX-2 inhibitors. TSS might harm thrombocyte function too, as you know, and NSAA even more. There's not too much studies out there yet in vivo, and we must wait for the literature here. So some authors or some doctors think that platelet function testing might be necessary before PRP treatment in, let's say, endangered individuals with histories of bone marrow diseases or other kind of diseases that can harm thrombocyte function. Of course, this is not feasible in every practice, and makes this therapy form more different, more difficult, and more expensive. So here are some functioning pathways. It's very complicated, and all those pathways depend on the well-functioning of the platelets, on the platelet number, and on the time of activation. So there are a lot of factors we as doctors who use PRP can't influence at all. Activated thrombocytes look different than not activated thrombocytes, as you can see, and only if they're activated, the so-called pathway of wound healing or tissue regeneration can take place. As I told you, it's nothing very new. In the 60s, it was firstly described with the famous publication, and further on, the use of PRP progressed, especially in oral and dental surgery, and further on in all fields of surgery and others, from the late 90s up to now, with raising usage. There are different kind of manufacturing systems. This is one of the greatest problems. Here is just one example. Of course, you have to take the blood sample with different cannules. There are many of them on the market. And then you use this centrifuge and you get out, hopefully, a right amount of plasma, up to 4 milliliters, and then you can inject. So application possibilities, as I told you, many fields. Orthopedics and traumatology was not the first field where it was used, but maybe now it's the most frequent field where it's used. We have different form of applications. Application sites, as you see, the shoulder maybe, the ankle, the knee, elbow, and muscles, and other fields, Achilles tendon maybe, but there's heterogeneous literature out there which I want to point out to you. What about rotator cuff, muscle, cartilage, and tennis elbow, and Achilles tendon? These are the most frequently cited fields in literature. And if you look at Google or, for example, PubMed, you get a lot of hits. So this is from September 2019. So in PubMed, you find like more than 14,000 hits at first place. And if you like subdivide, there's still a lot of literature out there. Unfortunately, mostly level 4 studies with low evidence studies, and fortunately also some reviews and only few meta-analysis. I only provide meta-analysis and reviews for you today. This is a review from my team in German. I can summarize. We also published in the Orthopedic Journal of Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. Actually, at the moment, there are only 2 regions, up to our point of view, which provide enough evidence for the use of PRP, and this is cartilage damage around the knee, but only mild to moderate cartilage damage, and tennis elbow. And this is the take-home message. I will stick to that later on. The treatment implications are rising. You see about, in the US, this is from 2016, 86,000 athletes were treated with PRP, and I think now it's about 200,000, and it's very common. And what all the PRP providers have in common is that the erythrocyte content in the injection fluid we get should be less than 5%. That's it. This is leaves a huge amount of how many platelets, how much plasma, and only less than 5% of erythrocytes. So this makes it heterogeneous and very difficult to compare around different application forms. The costs, of course, are a big factor. Here, just for the US, it's about 4 times or more than 4 times more expensive than corticoid injections, and of course it should be at least 4 times better than, but literature couldn't prove that in many fields up to now. What about PRP and rotator cuff? Rotator cuff disorders are very common, as you know, in the population plus 60. A lot of people suffer from disorders there, and those degenerative tears or subtears don't heal, and even if you do surgery, you won't get very good results in a lot of patients. As a surgeon, I can tell you that, even if I don't like to tell it. And so PRP would be perfect in this field. Unfortunately, there's a lot of literature out there that tried to prove that PRP injections in degenerative shoulders and degenerative tendon tears around the shoulder might help, but unfortunately only some in vitro studies considering tenocytes from the rotator cuff showed positive effects. All other studies, including studies from our group, we used PRP after rotator cuff repair in patients over 65, couldn't prove any effects of PRP that is positive for rotator cuff healing. Only one study, and this was a level 2 study, which is good, found out that there could be a 40% reduction of re-rupture of the rotator cuff after surgical repair if you do PRP application, which is like maybe a nice hint or a nice helper, but not enough to be a good, like, evident recommendation. For the routine use of PRP in various pathologies in the shoulder, we are missing literature, and we cannot, like, recommend the usage in this field at the moment, unfortunately. What about muscle injuries? Even worse. The situation is even worse because it's not just that we can't prove the positive effect. After 4 weeks, the proliferation of fibrosis might be even dangerous. In this situation, so the TGF-beta, which might be enhanced up to 15 times in certain application forms of PRP, could cause fibrosis in the muscle, and this is something we wouldn't want at all. So there is not enough literature out there to fully recommend PRP in muscle injuries. What about tennis elbow? Positive. In the last 3 years, there are a lot of studies out there with good scientific evidence which showed that the DASH score and VRS scores are significantly better compared to corticosteroids injections. Always compared with physiotherapy and strengthening exercises and stretching exercises, of course. So in the tennis elbow at the moment, and this is also written down in the German and Swiss guidelines for the treatment of lateral epicondylitis, you can recommend the usage of PRP. What about gonarthritis? This is the field that is most literature you will find with this. There is positive literature for PRP and arthritis in the knee, but only for Kellgren-Lawrence grade 2 and 3. Here is the radiological grading. You see this is a rather healthy knee. The joint space narrows a bit, and you find osteophytes here in grade 2. In grade 3, you get a kind of severe joint space narrowing, and grade 4, of course, is a damaged knee with grade 4 chondropathy, which can also be verified in the MRI. So PRP only in grade 2 and 3 gonarthritis, not in damaged or fully damaged knees. Then it will not help at all. So as I told you, there's a lot of literature out there. If PRP is administered about 3 to 5 times a year, and this is out of the biggest meta-analysis, not saying when to inject it, and not saying how much time you should leave within the injection. So it's rather vague. Should you wait 1 week in between the injections, 2 weeks or 3 weeks? This is not clearly pointed out by the authors, because in every study it's handled differently. Still, the effects are very good in these middle to not severe stages of gonarthritis. There's a significant benefit up to 1.5 years later, but not anymore after 2 years. So the benefit is gone after 2 years, but it is significant compared to the baseline, to the not treated baseline for 1.5 years, which I think is quite good. Here you can see the COS score and the COS ADL, activity of daily living, including pain. You see that if you do 2 cycles within those 16 months, you get even better results. This is the red line here, just decreasing after 18 months, as I told you. And if you do just 1 circle, meaning like 3 to 5 injections in 1 year, not repeated, then you also get much better results, but not compared to 2 cycles. So there might be some evidence that you should repeat the treatment every year. PRP can improve functional outcome and can reduce pain, definitely in mild to moderate gonarthritis. This is proven evidence, but it will not after 24 months, and we are not sure how and how often, not how, but how often and when we should do those injections. What about Achilles tendinopathy? Unfortunately, all meta-analyses at the market now show that there is no benefit of PRP compared to exercise, stretching, and eccentric training, and compared to corticosteroids, which I'm very interested in. That there are still studies out there for corticosteroids around the Achilles tendon, which might be some might bring some dangers to the tendon, as you all know. So at the moment, we cannot recommend PRP for Achilles tendinopathy. As I told you, techniques are very heterogeneous. This is a big problem. There are a lot of, the industry provides a lot of apparatus to us, which are completely different and reach different cell counts, different platelet numbers. So we compare different things, which is called PRP, but it's not the same. Same, but still different. And Scott Rodeo did a very good review in 2016, where he rated different orthopedic conditions and the treatment of PRP with level of evidence. It's a little old, this review, and it's still valid, I would say, apart from a tennis elbow. And most regions, as you can see, have conflicting evidence with poor quality literature, apart from knee osteoarthritis, and now I would include also the tennis elbow in this rating of B. So we need standardization of application forms. We need to know how often we have to inject it, and the amount of applications would be crucial to know. We have to do cost-benefit analysis. This is very important in our socio-economic situations. We have to check side effects. Up to my knowledge, side effects are very rare. Of course, if you inject into a joint, you can always have infection, but it's very, I think it's less dangerous than corticoid injections. And we have to plan our studies very good, which is very difficult because we have to if we do randomization, we have to do it age, sex dependent. We have to include secondary diseases and concomitant medications. We have to include trauma cases and not trauma cases. We have to compare with placebo and steroids or local anesthetics. And we have to think about comparing PRP with surgery. So it's very big field and not easy to do randomization in these cases, and very high numbers. And I think multi-center studies are necessary to answer some questions. What we know is PRP has a positive analgesic effect for gonarthritis, Kellgren-Lawrence stage 2 and 3, and for the tennis elbow. We have a lot of positive effects, biologically speaking, in vitro studies. we should be aware of muscle injections, up to my point of view, because of the danger of fibrosis. We need to confirm biomechanical benefits, especially on the cartilage. This can also be done by biopsies, which is not so easy to do from an ethical point of view. And we have, of course, consider also side effects like risk of infection and cost benefit. Strong evidence now, as I told you once again, for only some orthopedic disorders, and it's not cleared how, in what way the PRP treatments will go, especially as the prices are rising and not going down. And a lot of things are industry driven, so I have to be really cautious to use it as an orthopedic surgeon, as a physical medicine doctor, or a family doctor. And we will see what future brings, and I hope you choose the right indications for your patients when you do PRP treatment. Thanks a lot.
So, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Gruber. If some question exists, please go on. Professor?
Yes, thank you for your excellent presentation. And it's important to pick up these points. I do not agree with you with the conclusion on tennis elbow. If something is better than corticosteroid injection, doesn't mean that it is effective. As we know that corticosteroid injections are harmful in long term in tennis elbow. And then if you have only studies where you compare corticosteroid injection and PRP injection, and you don't have a, for example, tri-needle group or no control group without any treatment. So showing that something is better than corticosteroid in tennis elbow doesn't mean that it is effective or wise to use. So I don't agree with you with the tennis elbow. And second point, we know for osteoarthritis, and especially in early and middle stage of osteoarthritis, that quite often over time symptoms, pain decreases without any treatment, and function improved even without any treatment. So also for osteoarthritis, we need those studies with tri-needle and control group. So more or less the question is open. I totally agree with you that the treatment protocols are, you take a different volumes of blood where you take the PRP. The normal variation on thrombocyte platelet concentration is threefold. And then we know there's 10-fold concentration difference on growth factors. And we don't know that much on activity of growth factors. So if we have a medicine, never could be approved that kind of medicine where you can have a 10 or 100-fold difference on number and activity of growth factors.
Thank you very much. On point 2, I perfectly agree. Point 1, maybe I didn't make myself clear enough. It's not my opinion. What I told you is based on Cochrane review, meta-analysis, AAOS recommendations, and our country recommendations. And of course, what you said, and this is maybe I made it not clear, there's always a placebo group in those studies, always a physiotherapy group, included injections, not injections, a placebo arm, and there are a lot of level 1 studies out there based on the recommendations for tennis elbow and mild gonarthritis.
I didn't make myself clear. These opinions are not only mine. We have reviewed those treatments in Finland and publish those and the English reference or abstract of that publication. We have critically reviewed the use of PRP. So this is not my opinion, it is a common opinion in Finland.
Okay, so it's not your opinion, it's not my opinion.
So the question is open. Yeah. My conclusion is.
It is clear that it's a field of controversy. Okay, Professor Dr. Boggers.
Actually, at our department, we don't use it. Yes, but actually, the fear of this fibrosis after 4 weeks, it's just think about it. Actually, I don't know cases that showed like severe damage to muscle or like impaling after these injections, but it's just some authors point out to be cautious because it can happen. But we don't use it for muscle injuries, not yet.
So what do you think about the using of a PRP together with TGF-beta antagonists?
Actually, I know that there is some literature out there, but I didn't use it myself, so I have no experience with that.
Another question with gonarthrosis. You mentioned good pain relief after PRP. What is the mechanism? What do you think about the mechanism, and what happened with the cartilage?
Cartilage is easier to answer. There's some MRI studies out there that show improvement of spectrometical improvement of cartilage. I would only believe in cartilage improvement if I would see biopsies. This is the biomechanical effect. And the anti-inflammatory effect might cause pain relief.
But we are not sure about the mechanism.
No.
And I have the last question. We are using very often hyaluronic acid in the early stages of degenerative gonarthrosis. Do you have any data that compare PRP use and hyaluronic acid in long term?
It's a good question. There's some data out there that clearly points out that PRP, longer lasting and higher reduction of VHS levels.
Okay. So, thank you very much.
Naj gre za dolgo ali kratko pot. Zdaj lahko poskrbim za svojo družino, ker moje gorivo poskrbi za moj avto. Izboljšani dodatki v gorivih MOL učinkovito zmanjšujejo obloge in tako čistijo motor. Z novo generacijo goriv MOL Evo poskrbite za motor vašega vozila.